Welcome to another week of TCP. It's episode 219. Things are firing up finally. I mean, I think they fired up plenty well last week as well. We're getting a lot more Overwatch 2 stuff. More news coming on through. Learning a lot about the game, about where it's headed. The developers have done a live stream. They, for now, being very active and being extremely beholden to the statements that they made previously about wanting to be more communicative. And my goodness, they're doing that. It feels good. I can't wait till we get another stream. Maybe a little bit more information could be revealed that when they're ready. But guys, things are starting to move along now. Like actually,
yeah, it's starting to feel real. It's starting to, like you said, they're actually sticking to their word. They're talking more. Love that. Could be some improvements made, but I'll take what I can get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the act of talking to us is great. The content of it was easily inferable for the most part, or was already out there, I guess.
What's that mean? Yiska? I don't know what that could possibly mean. What in the world could you be referring to, good sir?
Of course, like, I published an article, and some of the
published
of the information was referenced also in the not referenced, it's their game, what am I saying? But I think the general act of talking to us, and that's why I'm hesitant to be overly critical here, is great. I think there was nothing in there that really surprised me beyond that. I think the criticism that was generating in the community around the, let's say, rhetorical performance is probably not unjustified, but then again, like, you're not born a public speaker as a game developer, so I'm very willing to follow people along on their progress there. I once gave a wedding speech at my sister's wedding, and that is still traumatic. Man, I'm cringing right now thinking back to it.
Have I heard that? I've heard that, haven't I?
I think
I've heard that.
Feel free to do a rendition now if you want.
It was in German, Joe.
We'll get the translators to work on that if you do it right now.
You probably heard the story, but I don't know. Like, if you heard crickets in a big ballroom, then you probably have heard my speech. So
I've heard you call and talk to Too Good while trying to run, and the story that ensues with that.
That's
what was that in the background? Was that a sound of a tank moving by? Is that Doomfist? What's going on?
I'm not sure whose sound it is, but that happened actually. I remember I did like an interview, just elevator explanation. I used to do jogging for blogging. I was an esports blogger, and like when people like gave me upvotes on my blog, I would, for every upvote, would run, and that then became a meme because people, of course, are like not sarcastic, sadistic, and wanted me to just like suffer. So it became a meme, and then like Too Good, if you guys remember from like the Too Good studio, Johnny talked about it, like he worked for him once in a while, or once before. Anyway, like long story short, I was running during an interview while I was on live being interviewed on ESL, and Too Good's just like begging me, please stop running. Like the wind is so bad. And then I was in the middle of a field. There was legitimately no way for me to hide the microphone. So I dug myself into the field, dug a little hole into the soil, and just digged myself in order to protect the microphone, like laying flat-chested on the ground trying to conduct this interview. And that was about as good as the Overwatch dev stream that we got. No, I'm miming.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't have a particular problem with what we got. I suppose that's as much. I'm not sure what anyone is surprised by that. That was the bang on middle thing that we should have expected from that live stream, I think.
So before we head into live stream, the actual discussion about the live stream, which is when I guess the podcast officially starts, one thing that we got to clear up this week is obviously between now and the last episode, and actually before the development live stream went live, there was a giant leak that actually happened, like this humongous leak, completely caught everyone off guard. And it kind of went super viral, went everywhere, and I think there was a little freaking out as well. And if you don't know what I'm talking about the fact that XQC showed the menu of Overwatch 2, and
Yes.
and then he promptly like exited quickly, and then he was like, "Oh man, I'm gonna go to jail and stuff." He was like pretty serious about it. And it was pretty funny. If you actually watch it from his POV, if you actually watch it from his stream, it is pretty funny. But it's just like, oh man, of course it's XQC, of course it's this guy.
Yeah.
It didn't take long, did it?
It's nuts. Like, God bless him. He is a man on and for content. But yeah, that's just, yeah, of course it'd be him.
Yeah, of course it would be. So bless you, XQC. Good comedy for the week.
We got what we asked for. We got Overwatch 2 leaks.
We finally saw it. We saw it on his launcher menu, so we know what it looks like on the menu now. Spoiler, it's the same. And we saw the not even the actual menu of the game, I don't think, because it was just a loading screen, but it didn't even have the Overwatch 2 logo on it.
Literally
so we
nothing.
just saw this blank loading screen, nothing on it, and then he properly exited as fast as he could. But we know one person's in the beta. We know not the beta, the alpha. We know one person plus all the Overwatch developers and the Overwatch League players are in this alpha. That's all we know.
I mean, do we know McGravy's in the alpha?
I would have to. Oh yeah, that's right. There was. Oh, so there's another really huge leak, by the way, that actually. So before the developer update stream actually happened, another huge. I don't think we covered this last week, so it must have happened in between. But there was another gigantic leak where details about the heroes in Overwatch 2 was actually leaked, and everyone went crazy. Yeah. And in particular, Doomfist was leaked to be a tank, because you see in this Facebook screenshot, so on the Overwatch League Facebook page, of Doom being in the tank position. It was like,
yeah,
really?
Gasp.
Yeah,
they went through with it. Oh no.
But,
what does that mean? I don't know. We'll find out later.
How does that happen, by the way?
I don't know.
Dude, is there just some intern at Blizzard just like going, look, I'm in a game with McGravy, and like copy paste it onto the Facebook page? Like, how does it ever? Is that strategical? It's like coincidental. What is going on there? How does that happen?
I genuinely, it's hard to explain.
I don't know. I actually don't know either. That sounds.
What's more likely? Like yes,
what?
Agreed. Like people like flipped out about it. I think there was like equal parts people who believed it and like equal parts people who were like, oh, this is obviously like photoshopped, and like of course this couldn't be real. And I mean, I guess we will never know, but like it's just like nuts. Like, what's more likely, that like some goofy ass intern copied and pasted a screenshot on accident, or maybe on purpose, or like this is some sort of like 9-head like big brain, get out before the leakers, keep the hype going, PR thing. I don't know.
Why Facebook, bro? You want to keep this shit a secret?
It's odd. It is very strange.
So weird.
Really, yeah, there's a screenshot somehow ended up on MySpace, and it just got quickly taken down like instantly.
I put Doom in my top 5, just saying.
Everyone like shit on the UI. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is so ugly." I'm like, "Is it? I just don't. What's bad about it? It's not that bad. Like,
it's fine. It's
not even. They could just be placeholders. Like, we don't even. No one knows.
How are you getting upset about an UI?
This is exactly my problem. Again, broken record time from AVRL, but it's like I've said this time and time again. If you show the public anything, if you announce and release anything to the public that they can chew on, they will not in their brains calculate and correctly judge that it is an alpha or a beta or some sort of pre-release early access kind of whatever. In their mind, it's the final fucking product.
Yeah.
People are like upset about the UI. Oh, it's so ugly. This is so bad. It's like, bro, if this is a real leak, it's from the fucking alpha. Why are you upset? How is this an issue? Like, they could just be placeholder icons or assets or whatever, and things could change. It's like people get unreasonably upset about it. And now you know why no one shows you shit. Now you know why the developers do not show you or tell you anything. because the public can't be trusted to use their two brain cells properly to understand that it's not the final product. It's not the final product, but they don't get it. And no matter how many times they're reminded, they still don't get it. So, you know, the people, and I guess we can talk about it in more detail. When we get into more detail about it, when we talk about the actual dev stream and go through the info, but people were like super upset that they didn't get any new information or not enough of new information. They're like, why didn't we get any gameplay footage? How come they didn't show us any of this Doomfist tank? How come blah, 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 blah? It's like, because if they show it to you, you will think it's final product. You will think this is literally Overwatch 2 live gameplay. This is released. It's going to come out fucking tonight. No, it's alpha.
Yeah.
But the word alpha just doesn't register in people's brains. That's why you don't get more information, because you don't understand what an alpha means.
Yeah, and I think like almost it's not even to the degree like everyone else in gaming is to blame. Because if you think about it, like we have power creeped the terminology of alpha and beta, right? Like usually it used to be like the beta is like the thing that like where you're still trying to figure out systems and like then you're trying to figure out balance and whatnot, and then the final product comes out and that's the actual thing you can get mad about if it's not accurate. Now everyone released them games early access and basically made their first release that like the beta that now is under public scrutiny because everyone is trying to like skip a phase. And therefore, like, the alpha, logically, is in a different state. And a very, like, old-school developer like Blizzard would just, like, adhere to these terms, right? While everyone else on Steam or whatever, like, doesn't. So now the expectations are set up differently. We need, like, a new word. Like...
Yeah, just keep going on the Greek alphabet. Like, just go the other way. Like, just make it the Omega phase, you know?
Yes.
We're in the gamma phase now, fellas. We're in the kappa phase. It's all kappa because it's not actually real.
Yeah, like it's.
We're gonna creep it the other direction, right?
Once again, dude, like people really need to realize that a lot of these battles are won or lost on language, because they manage expectations, and if you have nobody managing the language, like you're rolling the dice, and that shouldn't be the case. It's a problem. Like you gotta anticipate, like, and I think to a decent degree they did. Hence why, like, the alpha is run in the way that it is, because, like, the expectations are there that exactly what AVRL was saying would happen in terms of, like, you know, the negativity attached to it and whatnot. But yeah, I think, like, it's very hard to communicate this clearly, the expectations, but maybe you should also just do that before it releases and really, like, establish... like what we're going to see, what your updates frame would be like. The thing is, then you would have to commit to that schedule, and it's not. Maybe it's not something that I'd like to do. It is certainly tough, but yeah, I think the problem is that that we had very little communication over the last couple of years, if we're being honest.
People are they're thirsty for info. I get it. They're very thirsty for info. That's why they're scouring this Facebook screenshot leak, like. Scanning over every single pixel for detail.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing for the XQC thing as well.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, so if we had to believe this Facebook screenshot leak is real, let's assume it's real, then, you know, one of the things is the Lucio 3D model that you saw wasn't the Overwatch 2 version. It's the Overwatch 1 version with the San Francisco shock skin, right? Yes. And so, you know, if that's what was, let's say, for example, that they want to show the new. They want to show that they would like to show the new Doomfist tank gameplay footage, but maybe there's assets missing, or some animations aren't quite right yet, or you know, I don't know, even visually, like maybe some effects aren't right. Maybe, you know, whatever, if he's got new abilities or whatever, they just don't look right yet, or you know, or it could be visual thing. Obviously, Lucio's got a new look. Ryan's got a new look. What if Doomfist has got a new look? We don't know. And if it does, but it's not shown in the gameplay and it just looks the same as Overwatch 1, then people won't complain about it. So there's just all these things where, because it's an alpha and alphas are meant to be unfinished products, work in progress. it's gonna have things missing. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's art assets that are missing, if there's icons and other things that are
Sure.
placeholders. There's a bunch of things that are definitely missing, and you can just never show that to the wider public because they will judge that. They will judge you, and I think the biggest lesson that I learned and made me really feel bad for developers is the whole CD Projekt Red situation with Cyberpunk. And now, granted, they did make a lot of mistakes, and they definitely ran out of time, and there was a host of issues. Justifiably, people were angry about the issues on launch. But then what people did was they took apart that original 48-minute gameplay reveal at E3, and they did the side-by-side comparisons. So like, oh, look what we got in the gameplay reveal, and look at what actually happened in the live game. And the whole time, if you watch the 48-minute gameplay reveal, it says, as a watermark on the top of the screen, quite clearly, to be honest with you, work in progress does not represent the final look of the game. Not that anyone gave a fuck about that, though.
No.
I think in future, here's my note for if any dev is listening. In future, if any developer releasing incomplete footage or footage of gameplay that is not final, here's what you got to do from now on. That work in progress does not represent final look of the game comment. Don't put that as a watermark. Do it as giant Comic Sans, I don't give a fuck, just littering over the middle of your screen. Make it obstructive. Make it actually uncomfortable to look at. Just to fucking send that point home to people. Right? Make it unbelievably in the way of the footage itself. Just to fuck people off, because they need to have the shit drilled into their brains so they understand it's not the final product. Because they, for some reason, they just willfully ignore the fact that it's pre-release footage.
True.
Sure.
That's what you got to do. And you know what? Treat gamers like the idiots, because I think 99% of them are. That's the truth. So
Guilty as charged, sir.
Or the actual strategy that devs take now is they just don't tell you anything. They keep everything as close to chest as possible, and then you know when you know. Which is the safe way of doing it from a PR perspective. Instead of being like passive aggressive, like I just suggested, even though I the justice boner I'm having from that is like quite large at the moment. It sounds like a lot of fun, but I think the correct PR thing to do would just be to do what most developers do nowadays, which is keep their lips shut, say absolutely nothing, because you're not ready to share yet. Don't bother making promises you can't keep. Blah 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 blah. We all know about it. So cool. So that obviously happened. And now we're gonna, get on with the real episode and talk about the dev stream and go through actually announced things and real comments made by real developers working on a real game. Episode 219 brought to you by Battlecry, Refine Bean, Bronzebot Buha, Chare, Commissioner Picasso, Chris R34444, Casher67, Lolshin, Porkchop Sammy, Rex Zane, Sir Gerthalot, Volamel, Smooth Nuts, and Your Misery. So we got a Overwatch 2 live stream on Twitch that happened. Actually, when did it happen? Let me get the exact date. Friday, March 18th, for about an hour, where you had right behind me. If you didn't know, this is what it looks like. So I'll just move out of the way. You can't see because my chair's blocking it. It doesn't matter. Soe hosted it. It had John Specs, Aaron Keller, and Jeff Goodman. So a host of people from both the development team and obviously John Spector, who's now leading the commercial team as well, to talk about some impressions and goals of the first closed beta. So specifically the wording is, join Soe, Aaron, and other members of the Overwatch dev team. I skipped the surnames there. March 18th, they talk about early Overwatch 2 alpha impressions and goals for the first closed beta. So I don't know what people's impressions of when they were going into this, but there was at no point did they say they were going to announce new information. So I think there was quite a large number of people in the community that were coming into this stream expecting they were going to get some big drops in terms of like, oh my god, they're announcing something new, or they're going to show us something new. And part of me can understand that as well, because it's like, well, usually when they have a developer update or they have something, Jeff comes on, or now it's Aaron that comes on, he says some stuff, usually they're announcing something, or they're telling something new. Yeah. Whereas this time they didn't say anything new for the most part, a couple of caveats in there. And they're just talking about stuff that was mostly known in terms of information, but just kind of reacting and discussing and kind of just explaining those things that people already knew about the Overwatch 2 alpha and their thoughts, generally speaking. So that was most of it. I mean, you guys, I assumed you watched. Did you get much out of that? Before we dissect the specific rundown of it, were there any like initial impressions from any of you about what you got out of that stream, generally speaking?
Not particularly. Obviously, like some of the big announcements were cool. Glad that, we have that. Some confirmations of things that, we were either speculating on or had, rumors circulating about. Past that, I think it was like good practice. Like I think in general, I think across the board for most titles, I'd like to see Blizzard a little bit more active, talking about what's happening, maybe giving commentary on how the process is going, some of the difficulties. I think it does a good deal of morale boosting, or it keeps people talking, it keeps people engaged with like being excited about things when devs are public and they're a little bit more front facing. And that's what this felt like. It felt like, they said they were going to be more communicative. They are. Could it be a little bit better? Could it be refined down a little bit? Sure, 100%. But this is like, I'm not going to like, give them shit for doing exactly what they said. Like, could it be a little bit better? Yeah, of course. But like, of course, like hearing more from them is better than not hearing anything at all.
Yeah.
Well, Yiska, go on.
I feel like, yeah, it's it's hard to say. Okay, let's think about who this is for, right? It's not for the hardcore people that are clued in. Let's be honest, right? A lot of it was already like, it was sort of like the Doomfist tank situation, where we basically knew that was happening based on what Jeff Goodman already said previously. It just wasn't hard confirmed. The same is true for the live service stuff. Like, all of that was not technically like super official, but it was like 95% going to happen. So like, it for people that would rather like casually follow this game, I don't think it was a bad one. Like, I'd love to know what the average Overwatch player, or like people that would consider playing Overwatch 2, what they thought about this, because that's who this is for. It's not for the guys that are already in tune and like can very
Can I
easily...
interject really quickly? Can I just comment on that really quickly?
Sure.
I think you're right, but I also think the person you're describing probably didn't watch the stream.
Yeah, honestly.
Because they're too casual to watch stream.
Yes.
Too casual to even have known about the stream and watched it.
They're like, it's an hour-long stream. I'm not going to watch this. This is not.
They don't even know. No. They didn't even know about the existence of it.
That too.
It's not even like, oh, it's an hour long. It's like they didn't even know what happened. It happened, and they didn't even know what happened.
I don't disagree, but it still is like a thing that every news website will pick up, just because like it's novel content, and like you can definitely frame it in your headline as if it is new information, and therefore like get a click out of it, and then even people for whom it was new information are also getting a payoff there. So I think it still was received, maybe not just like through first order sources, but like by proxy.
Oh, I think it was probably more the first and less the latter. I think the latter is probably a little bit more valuable too, right? Like, I don't think like these headlines or like these like summary posts for this dev update were shared through like friend circles. Like, oh, I know this friend's super excited about Overwatch 2. Let me send them this summary of this dev update that really didn't have much of anything compared to a report about like what's actually happening in the alpha, right? Like, which of those two things do you think, like unbiased, do you think that were shared in back channels a little bit more? Details about heroes, or Jeff Goodman talking about how Tracer's in the backline?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. Not to say that it's bad, right? I'm not saying that this was a bad idea. Don't ever do this again. But let's call it what it is. It was for some casual fans who want to be, talked to. They want to hear. They want to see what, maybe there is going to be something. Maybe they're going to announce something. Maybe they're going to show some PvE stuff. I don't know. I'm going to tune in. That's super exciting for them. That's awesome. Cool for them, but it's not for me.
So like two things then. Either they need to actually commit to, like, every time they do a dev stream, they commit to just, I don't know, pleasing the fans a little bit, doing a bit of fan service and show them a 30-second clip or like I don't know, dropping a little bit of new info. Like for example, there's a hero rework and they drop one new ability per live stream. I don't know.
I think it would go a long way.
Like that, something. That'll be a little bit painful, but it's just I'm memeing a little bit. Yeah, I'm being a little bit bad faith about. No, but it would be funny. But I mean, so you know, maybe more likely is they show maybe like a 10 to 15 second or 30-second clip or something, or they just commit to doing these live streams and they say at the start of the live stream, or they make it very clear in the description of the stream and also during the stream, especially at the start, that like, hey, we're just here to talk about how things are going.
Yeah,
we're not here to reveal or share new information, and just
it
be
felt
very
like
clear on that.
John Spector, at least towards the end of it, if memory serves, he kind of like almost skirts around that idea as much, where he's like, you know, we know that talking about the ping system is a little bit like hard to do without showing you.
Right.
And it felt like what he was meaning, like to read between the lines, it felt like, yes, we want to show you and we will, just not right now.
Not ready.
It's
It's probably
just-
not ready.
Yeah.
Of course,
Probably
100%.
it's probably very basic. Like I guarantee, I in my opinion, considering what I think an alpha is, like my interpretation of what an alpha is
Mhm.
that there's a number of things that are not going to be polished, especially if it's art assets. Like I think art is generally the last thing that gets done, like anything visual, effects, artwork, icons, you know, all that kind of stuff. That doesn't get. That's like usually kind of like a polished step, right?
Mhm.
So something like a ping, which is a visual system, wouldn't surprise me if it's really rudimentary right now, where
Yep.
you ping somewhere and it's just like a basic thing comes up. It's probably not pretty. It's probably not what they want it to look like on release day or even beta day.
Yep.
So you know, everyone's like, "Oh, why don't they show off the ping?" Because if they show again, because they show it off, if they show it off now, everyone's going to be like, "Oh my god, it's so ugly! Oh my god, it's worse than Apex!" Blah 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 blah. It's like, shut up.
Yeah.
This is why they can't show it to you, because you're going to complain about it.
Yeah.
We got a date. That's good enough. You know, in the future, hopefully it's a little bit. Yeah, I think we'd all probably agree. If it was a little bit shorter, that'd probably help. And if they came with a little bit more like tangible things that the casual fans can like latch on to.
Joe, can I say part of the reason why it might have felt long and dragged on is because it wasn't concise in what they were discussing.
That's
And
fair.
I don't
Yeah.
want to. And I don't want to
Yeah.
like. I don't want to like attack any of the developers for their speaking ability, because that's not their job for the most
Yeah.
part. You know, they're not meant to be. I don't know what happened, but I don't know if Jeff popularized this. Jeff Kaplan kind of popularized this, but he is a very special type
Yes.
of developer that was also super charismatic. Not to say that they're all uncharismatic, but he is particularly charismatic, even like way more so than the average person, to be clear. Very good on camera and a very good speaker. Like, and you can tell he's a good speaker because he can go on stage for BlizzCon on the mythic stage and just fucking speak like it doesn't, you know.
Yep.
Yes.
He looks and sounds like a professional. Like, I think I'd be more nervous and I'd find it more difficult as a professional speaker myself. I would find it difficult to be on that stage doing what he did, and he made
sure.
it look easy. He made it look so easy. He just, you know, he's cracking jokes and he made the whole like Sylvanas tearing the helmet kind of thing. You know, he was great. He was so fantastic as a public speaker and a personality and a charismatic person. That's a rare thing to have, not just in developers, of any human being.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's fair. You certainly cannot hold anybody else to his standard, because he's setting the bar so damn high. And I don't know if it's a common thing now for developers to kind of have a figurehead that is gonna tell you all this kind of stuff and
Yeah.
be the voice of the team, etc. And for the Overwatch team, for better or worse, if Jeff leaves, which he's done, and you are the new game director, which Aaron is, unfortunately, for better or worse, you have to now step into his shoes and do that job as well, because that is what the fan base expects, for better or worse. And Aaron's not as good of a public speaker as Jeff, but probably no one in the team is, because again, Jeff is outstanding and way above average for a human being's level to do that. Like, this guy's done some fucking Toastmaster shit, I swear to God. You know, Jeff was fantastic.
Yeah.
But I also don't think it's the job of a developer to be that good
That's
at
the point.
publicly presenting themselves. It's
Yeah.
not their job. Like, what the fuck? They're
That's the
meant to make games.
It's like I think like if once you become like the head of a development of a game, you're now opening up the world of optics, right? Like if you're the helm of a studio or in any public facing like position, you're now learning the game of optics, but it's a really hard one to juggle, right? Like, and sort of managing optics is a skill in itself. And okay, this will sound, I mean this truly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I recognize that Aaron already has made improvements. And he's playing that game. He's very clearly like getting better at caring about optics, but it can't be perfect. Like, okay, this is going to sound awful because like but no, actually, you know what? You like absolute like content consuming gremlins. You care about this shit. Like this man had to like get like a, you know, freshen up a little bit. Definitely like if you compare pictures of him like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago to now, like he very clearly now cares more like what he looks like, what kind of an image he gives off. He's like a way fresher like dress. Like that's the game you now have to play, when beforehand you were just the doer person that has to get shit done while the guy ahead of you has to take care of the optics. Now you have to also care about this game, and like he's very obviously making improvements there, and it's very obviously like stupid to like you do, the alternative is to have a PR guy in that position that knows nothing about game development, promises you the world, and under-delivers to a ridiculous degree. That's the alternative that we have. And it's the same, dude, like, if I go to a doctor and he's an asshole, but he cures my shit, what do I care what he's like rhetorically? Right?
Just say it. Just say what you want to say. Aaron Keller is drippy and he's goated with the sauce. Okay? Look, I know it's what you're trying to say. You know, he's got the fucking Yeezy bag. He's got the Gucci belt. You know, he's fucking hip with the kids.
Right.
He's got a TikTok. Like and subscribe.
He's getting there, and also let's be perfectly honest. He's the guy giving me live service games. He's the guy that like under whose leadership like we're getting some traction going. Of course, like yes, all of that was put in place by Jeff, and like he's now reaping the benefit. I don't care. Like these decisions that are coming down the pipe feel way less idealistically like driven to a degree that just doesn't hold up anymore, which gives us a fighting chance in today's gaming market. That's what I care about. And if that guy is like more willing to make these concessions, like be a little bit more like competitive and be willing into like tapping into that multi-polarity trap, be my guest, dude. Like that's already like in terms of like competence and what he's giving me, I can only say like it's improving right now. I'm getting shit from you. I like the ratio of new shit I'm getting from you in comparison to the shit I'm getting from Jeff is already higher.
Yeah, L+ ratio, Jeff.
So my greater point I think would be to say that the stream felt long and kind of rambly because they weren't super concise with how they were like discussing the information, how they were basically, you know, putting it out there to the audience. So there was definitely rambling. Like, you know, Aaron Keller steps in and, you know, he's not great at just getting to the point. Like, what is the point you're trying to make, and just say it, you know, spit it out. What are you actually trying to say? He's saying a lot of words, you know, it sounds like English. It sounds like he's forming sentences, but I don't really understand what he's saying. You know, what is the real message here? I think there were some comments made from, you know, people in the scene that were like, maybe they could have just done a pre-recording as well. I actually asked. I remember asking some people within before it came out. I was like, is this going to be a pre-recorded or is it going to be like live? And they said it was going to be live. I'm like, oh, that could be really interesting, because my expectation was that it was going to be pre-recorded.
Yes,
that would be better, right? Because a couple of reasons. One, you can do it at whatever time you want in terms of the recording time. 2, you can fix any mistakes, which is probably better for PR. And 3, I don't know, maybe it would be a little bit fake feeling, but it could be rehearsed a bit more. And rehearsed being that you already know what the questions are going to be. You already know how you're going to answer those questions. And so you're just going to do it. And for people that don't, like, to give you an example what that kind of looks like, if you look at the actual developer updates, especially the ones, you know, that have come out the one that just came out recently, where Aaron's talking about them doing, oh, we're sorry for the lack of communication, and oh yeah, beta's coming in April, blah blah blah. When he's done that announcement, that's a very highly edited, scripted, rehearsed product.
Yes.
That's why he speaks on that, and it's all just boom, everything comes out clearly because he's reading off a script. And every time, you'll notice it, every time they zoom in, like bang, and they come back out, those are all cuts. Those are all different cuts from, he'll say something, and then maybe he'll fuck up a word, and then he'll do it again, and then they'll just do it in cuts, and then the end product looks like a fully polished thing where he doesn't make any speaking errors, and he just says the whole thing from start to finish fine. It doesn't need to be to that level of, rehearsal or to that level of polish, because it does come off like a highly edited video. But like, it's probably as simple as, I mean, if they want to just do it live again, like properly live again, which I don't mind. I think that's a great thing to do from a context of being engaging with the audience. Not that they're reading chat or responding to chat, but because it feels like, oh, the developers are really there in front of me right now, committing their time, which they are, because it is live.
They should have done that more, I think. Like,
they should have what more?
Like, if you're here's the thing. Like, that's the thing I was going to say is, like, if you are doing this live, you gotta signal that this is live and get the authenticity points of that. They mentioned, like, I already see a couple of people saying it in chat here, right? Like, once instead of like picking, like having someone pick like a very salient question that actually relates to the topic on the fly, and therefore having an like a genuine back and forth. The thing, yes, but okay, there's two things that you can do. As you said, like, you can pre-record it and therefore have a more polished product, but you lack the authenticity, or you can have the authenticity and therefore lack a polished product, right? The problem is they sort of did like.
Wow. You can't have both.
Theoretically speaking, yeah. I mean, there's a probability situation there, but like, it feels like they could have just, like, if they wanted to do it live, they should have just like gotten those brownie points for being authentic more, and just like should have engaged more. Because like, for the longest time, like when I started watching the stream and we were in Discord, we were all like, oh, this is pre-recorded, right? And then even when they said like, oh yeah, we're watching his chat, and like everyone was like, bullshit, come on, this is pre-recorded. And it's like, and then eventually, like, when a couple of like, stumblings happened in the phrasing, we were like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe this is not pre-recorded. And like, I think they should have leaned into it more,
right?
Just to get like,
what,
just the worst sides from both things.
I don't know if you saw, but the chat was flying by. It was on slow mode and flying by. That's how you know, like, sometimes people are like, man, there's like 50,000 people here, but no one's chatting, it's just botted. And then you see this, which was, I can't remember how many people, it was like 30 to 50 or whatever it was. And chat was, you could not read chat. It was unreadable. Yep. It was just spam. But my point is, it's like, I don't even know how you would engage with that. It's just, when a chat's that crazy and it's already slow mode, I don't know how you would engage. It felt like all 30,000 people were typing at the same time. But I think the real solution is that you are rehearsed, and that you know exactly what questions are coming, and you know exactly how you want to answer those questions, so that you are not having to think on the fly, trying to answer the question live and just getting lost, right? Unless you're like an extremely good speaker who just knows their shit, and you can navigate through that kind of live situation in a real live interview, So I don't know, but I don't know. I went into the live stream with different expectations. I did not expect that they were going to not leak, but they were going to announce a bunch of new stuff. I knew it was just going to be a discussion, and I was there because I was interested in what the discussion was going to be. Oh, by the way, I just realized you guys had a whole watch party for this that I wasn't invited to. Shame on you.
Oh, we just met up, yeah.
Damn, dude, I was watching it live too, but I did it alone, all on my lonesome, crying with my tub of ice cream.
Sounds like a nice evening.
Who broke up?
It was
with
a
you?
morning for me, actually. It was a morning, actually. My left brain and my right brain are constantly fighting, so they're constantly making up and breaking up. Is what's going on, Yiska. That's how my brain works. So, an hour in, we're finally going to discuss some more content. We've discussed some contents, not really, but yes and no. What would be the first thing to kind of bring? This is not going to be chronological, guys. I'm not going to discuss it in terms of chronologically what they mentioned, but just kind of cliff notes of the more big stuff. So we finally got the confirmation that Doom is in fact a tank.
Yep.
Now, Jeff Goodman some time ago said that they were what was the words that he used? I'm paraphrasing it. He mentioned that they were experimenting with the idea that Doom was going to be a tank. But they revealed no information about what that was going to look like, how he was going to function. And I think the justification at the time was they wanted to remove a lot of CC from the game, particularly from DPS and supports, and only allow CC, significant CC, I'll add, to happen from the tank position, which is why May can still slow on the left click. Anna can still use the sleep dart because it's a very difficult ability to land. It's one of the cooler abilities in the game, and it's not. I don't think it's a very unfair form of CC either. So it's like fine. So everything outside of slows is now going to be CC that only is available in the tank position. And the conundrum was that Doomfist, his entire kit, with its high mobility and high lethality, also had a lot of CC built in, and that was part of his key identity. So if you were to remove a lot of that from his kit and leave him in DPS, it would be a problem. Because now you have this one DPS that isn't following the rules of Overwatch 2 in terms of having CC either removed or extremely toned down. So they had to experiment as a tank. And I actually think it's a good idea because Doom flying on in, we have that archetype in Overwatch 1. Winston and Wrecking Ball both kind of are this kind of jumping in kind of tank. Wrecking Ball in particular, I think, is closest still to Doom's theoretical design as a tank because you have more of a hit and run kind of style. Doom is, as a DPS, is known for like he gets in, punches somebody, jumps out, and you can't kill him. And sometimes that can be frustrating. But I think as a tank, if you just remove the one shot, that actually sounds fine. He jumps in, does some stuff, and maybe he tries to run away like a ball would. And so I think because an archetype kind of exists in the game already, I think it actually makes a lot of sense for Doom to kind of fit into that again.
High disruption, like you said, adding a lot of soft CC, whether it be knocking you up or pushing you away. There are still a loss of control, which fits.
But obviously, we don't know any of the abilities for Doom, right, Yiska?
True. Yeah. No idea.
We kind of do, right?
I guess.
You already know.
Supposedly. I mean, if you know, you know. Let's be honest, people. Okay? Listen. We all know you saw it. It's out there in the ether.
What do you mean?
Find
did
it if you need
he tell you, or did he?
Hey, listen. I got a YouTube video. Look into it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's out there.
Come on, I gave it to the people so they can now officially talk about it as if they don't already know.
Well, I don't know what you mean. Whatever could you mean?
The
details. What are they? The numbers, Mason.
Well, the numbers?
Cut. I want to do the scene again. Cut. I want to do the scene again.
There we go.
We don't have it. Let's be honest.
I'm winning the Oscar. I will win the Oscar.
You got good competition this year.
There are awards. There are awards coming up.
Right.
There are awards coming up after this live stream discussion. All right, go on. Yiska apparently has the juice on all of Doom's abilities. So what is your reaction?
Yeah, since you know.
About the Doom abilities?
Yeah.
Well, Doom's confirms a tank, and you apparently know what he does. So what's the story here? What's going on?
Yeah.
You don't have to explain what he does, but or maybe if you want to, you can. But what's your reaction?
So,
where you at? Where's your brain at?
So my understanding, based on what I could gather, is that it's basically like Sigma, right? What is basically like Sigma? Sigma has this ability where he just sucks stuff in and then gets an effect for it. Now, for Sigma, it's passive, where he gets shields and whatnot. For Doom, it's the other way around, where he gets more aggressive and therefore his rocket punch does more damage, right? I'm unsure about the ranges of it and whatnot, but generally speaking, it's still a recognizable hero, much less reworked, so to speak, than Orisa was, which is basically a new hero. But it's it's a hero that could be fun. I'm sort of interested to see how this goes, but this is true for all tanks and how they play, right? It's a much different role than what it used to be. And you have to see it in action, also in sophisticated action. I would probably say even being part of scrims right now won't tell you how this game is played in 2 or 3 months time, right?
Yeah.
And then therefore not how it's played in 5 months in ranked, So it's hard to make a comment right now, but like every tank feels very much more disruptor now than actually, you know, like protector. So I think like basically think of tanks now as annoying rather than like big brother.
Yeah.
And I think in that Doom fits in. I think the design for that type of hero works. It's all in the numbers, man. Right?
Oh, for sure.
Like, once again, and I said this about Sojourn as well. Like, you have to design a fun kit. I would argue that's true for Doomfist. But the numbers are the thing that makes it balanced or not, right? Certain abilities will be very hard to balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
But just based on the design. But the first thing that like the threshold of a successful redesign is it's fun.
Yeah. Was Doom ever not fun to play? It was just more annoying to play against. I think with moving him to tank and eliminating some of that lethality, I think it solves that problem kind of eloquently, right?
Right.
Like, it's not fun to just get slammed into a wall and then just get like assassinated. He felt like a really oddly designed assassin.
Right.
Like a
Whereas
melee
now,
Widowmaker.
yeah, kind of, right? Like it's very rogue-ish without being a rogue in the sense of like World of Warcraft, like this kind of stealthy assassin
Right,
archetype.
yeah.
But it isn't now. It's much less lethal, at least from, you know, the report. And it's more, like you said, it's more of a wrecking ball. It's more of a Winston. You know, you're going in, you're disrupting, you're pushing people around, you're trying to set up your team for a play. It feels more akin to their design or their philosophy as, you know, what a tank is supposed to be, rather than, you know, this DPS character. It seems to be like a really nice and weirdly adequate fit.
Right.
Seems to work, at least you know, on paper, looking from the outside.
Right.
Do we want to? I don't know if we want to discuss more of what he does. I mean, I guess we've kind of assumed that, you know, based on the article, of what he reads, like there's only one new ability, right? There's only one new ability, which is the defensive ability.
Yeah.
It's kinetic grasp, but for Doomfist. And what's that?
Right.
He can do comparable damage to live. All right, I'm canceling my my beta sign up. I'm done. See ya. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those.
I'm just cosplaying to Reddit right now. That's how they respond. That's the knee jerkness. No, some of them, I don't know. Like I think BattleNet weren't too happy about that. I think they were like,
Sure.
oh, he can still one shot. It does sound like, you know, moving damage away was correct because you do want to remove damage. But part of the fantasy of Doomfist is like, I'm gonna punch a guy into a wall and he's gonna instantly die.
Yeah.
So keeping that alive, I think, is like reasonable as long as it's telegraphed and as long as it seems like, you know, it doesn't come up too often.
Mhm.
And the best part about it is based on the description of it being like, oh, you need to charge it up, like people need to shoot at it like a kinetic grasp. You can just, or like a Zarya bubble, you can just not shoot at it. You can just like not charge them up.
You can choose not to. It's
I think,
all
like,
on.
Yeah. It's like when you play against a Zarya, I don't think anyone feels bad like, oh my god, the Zarya's damage is so high. It's like, well, it's high because I fucked up. It's high because I charged it, so don't do that. I think that's fair. That sounds like a more fair version of Doomfist. I do wonder how his mobility is, because you wrote, Yiska, that they combine his two core movement abilities, not the punch, into basically one ability. So now, essentially, he's only got two movement abilities and not three.
Right.
Because it used to be punch, uppercut, and slam. Now it's like just slam and punch.
Yeah.
And the ult, sorry. So yeah, it used to be 4, and now it's 3.
Also, just really briefly, like, we have to have some tools that keep spam in check, right? Like, if we're now getting rid of all the shields, like, how do we keep heroes from just spamming mindlessly? You know, like Junkrat and whatnot. Like, we need punish mechanics, right? Same for Pharah, I guess. So, like, to have some counterweight and to have, like, not shooting permanently be the right or correct play needs to have a mechanism within the game, right?
So what's the counterplay in your mind? Is it Doom diving at the Junkrat?
I mean, load up and like one shot a friend of the Junkrat or whatnot. You know, like. Yes, it is once again like weird because like you're fucking your team by proxy, which is like part of the Overwatch gameplay experience where you're suffering for your teammates like nefarious deeds. But that's true everywhere, basically.
Team
Right?
Team games in a nutshell.
Yeah.
So yeah, Doom sounds interesting. I do wonder how his interaction with Ball is, and when I say interaction, obviously you can't play them together because it's 5v5 one tank. But in terms of what is his priority in the pick order?
Yeah.
Like, do you pick Winston instead of Doom? Do you pick Wrecking Ball instead of Doom? Because these are all heroes that do similar things. And in some ways, do you pick Diva instead of Doom? Because she still flies in. You know, she's not as fast. Doesn't really have the same like in and out, hit and run kind of thing. I think Diva's more of a actually engage and commit. And then when the boosters come up, then you leave. But Doom is at least if I can only imagine Doom's gameplay based on what we know of Overwatch 1. And also the fact that he doesn't sound like he's been changed too much. There's some significant-ish changes, but overall, it seems like on paper the gameplay flow minus the uppercut should be pretty straightforward and same-ish. I'm trying to imagine in Overwatch 1, if you deleted a tank role now and you increased Doom's HP and you made him a solo tank, how would that play and how would that interact with his pick order in the priority of tank selection if you want to be a big dive team? Because you also, here's the other thing that's not available anymore. Part of Doom's synergy in Overwatch 1 was twofold. A, and Orisa would set up a halt for a punch. Or B, Zarya would set you up with a bubble as you go in. So he got a lot of support. In some ways, a Diva would matrix you as well as you go on in. It's just stuff like that. And a lot of that support structure for the Doom going in came from other tanks, or at least at the time he was DPS, came from tanks, and now he is one of them, and there's no other tank he can play with. So he's got to just do it on his own. And it seems like the only sort of supports he can really get now is maybe an Ana Nano boost you, which also exists in Overwatch 1. But what else can teams really do for you? Maybe a BAP can do a long range frisbee toss and try to save you with an immortality field.
Very true, yeah.
But a frisbee golf action. But I don't know what else. Maybe I guess a Moira could call you from a long distance. But there's a lot less support structure for Doom to go on in and do his thing and get out safely. So you have to. The only way it can happen now is you have to assume his HP increase and this new power block ability is enough that he doesn't just like go in and die. Because at least if you in the past, if you go in and die, you normally would trade because you punch somebody. Right. But now, if you don't have the one shot and you go in and die, it's just like, well, you're just feeding.
It is kind of interesting now that you kind of lay it out like that. Like, he is a lot more susceptible. However, like, kind of circling back to what you had mentioned prior, is like there is going to be a lot of there is like a ubiquitous removal of CC, or at least lessening of CC outside of the tank.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
So like, does he even need the support? Yes, there's Sombra. She still has a hack. Apparently, Cassidy may still have a flashbang of some kind. Who knows? Maybe there's Sleep Dart. Maybe there's, some other things in the support role that like are still just so entwined with the characters that they kind of become necessary for Doomfist as like a counter. Like it is going to be like one of those weird environment things that we just don't know yet, and we have to get thrown in there. The one thing I will say, and something that Yiska has definitely championed for a long time, is giving characters more playmaking potential, right? That like the crowd can easily see, right? Everybody loves a Diva eat. Everybody loves and like is attracted to like the Sigma eats. Now we have another hero that can do that, assumedly, with Doomfist, and I think that's brilliant. I think like having those big
What are you
playmates,
saying? A Doomfist eat? What are you saying?
Yeah, like having that kinetic grasp-esque ability for Doomfist maybe opens him up to be able to eat a Graviton Surge or eat a Pulse Bomb, or like having those big plays that the community can just latch onto and go, oh, that was crazy. You remember when XYZ player, ate that whatever the hell and it was crazy. Like, that's what we need to like make this game like shareable. Right. We talked prior to the show about all these clips that we can think of through other esports. it's hard to view this game. So the more like shareable and like very digestible like candy clips that we can create through like big earth shatters or big diva bombs, like it's really easy to see that that's a big play.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's not obvious. I mean, it is obvious, but it's like there's more to that, I guess. So I'm explaining it poorly, but hopefully you understand.
I think my takeaway from that is not so much the, well, I mean, yeah, obviously Diva eating stuff is great, but I think Doom was already fun to watch in Overwatch 1. Maybe just me, but I think a lot of people would agree. In the hands of a great player like a Sparkle, Doom is so fun to watch. Because when you see his mechanics on display from some of the best players, it's like, wow, just incredible stuff. Their mastery of positioning and understanding of their limits of, you know, how deep they can go and when they need to bail out, and their understanding and timings of all the rotations of their abilities, and just having that down to perfection is astounding. It's brilliant. So moving him into a tank role but still keeping most of his identity alive sounds like, you know, there's a potential for us to get more of that, more footage. Because the other thing is, Doom is a bit of a throw pick in Overwatch for the most part. Like, yeah, he's annoying to play against and he can be strong, but he's generally regarded as weak because there's first of all, there's a lot of CC in Overwatch 1. Second of all, even with the support, he needs a lot of support structure. If you don't play him with a support structure, he feels like quite vulnerable. He just doesn't have the HP to survive, and Doom is just generally, he is a hard hero, actually. He's quite a difficult hero to master. So if you're an average player, you're probably not good enough to be able to actually get in and out correctly, and you probably just run in, punch somebody, get one kill, then die, which is not a great experience for the person you killed or you playing the hero. So that is probably where I stand with Doom in Overwatch 1 for the average person. But I do like Doom's kit otherwise. I do like Doom's identity otherwise, because he is this kind of, and even from a lore perspective, by the way, he's meant to be this big, imposing, almost final boss kind of character, where he's the big bad boss of Talon currently, is he not? Based on you know, all the lore that we know, like they all answer him. Is Doomfist not the leader of Talon? It's not Reaper. It's not Moira. Definitely not Sombra. I don't think it's Widowmaker. I'm pretty sure it's
agree
Doom.
with you.
I'm pretty sure it's Doom. It's either Doom or Maximilian, but I think Maximilian is just the money guy, and Doom is the real deal. Anyway, it actually, I like that he's a tank, because it's like, yeah, he's this big, imposing, potential raid boss kind of character, which is awesome. Yeah. From a lore perspective, that's exactly what you want. You know, this guy looks like the Hulk. Make him into the Hulk. Do it. So, I love that.
One final thing, like you talk about, like it's really fun to see good Dooms. Like now it's not being wasted. Not to say that it was wasted in DPS, but there's so many other like high octane, like super attractive picks that you can play in DPS. Now we have a pick in the tank position that is like also contributing to that, where it's not just rectangle man, as much as we know that that's kind of being abolished in Overwatch 2. It kind of signals to people that
the rectangles.
that we're getting a lot more agency. The tank players are going to be another role to like really look at as big playmakers. This isn't just, you know, the support role, just little brother, right? Like it's here, it's impactful, it's imposing. You know, it's brawly. Right? That's the kind of the word that I feel like everybody always use when talking about like these new tanks or some of these reworks or some of the changes with some of the old tanks. That they feel a lot more brawly. They're in the fight. They're doing more. It's not just Winston jumps in to, you know, support a dive and like that's the gist of it, or Roadhog hooks somebody. There's more going on, and I think that like in general is going to be that feeling. I think we're all going to feel in like 5 to 6 months. Like once we hit like mid-season, we're going to be like, okay, how do we feel about these tanks?
So I feel pretty good about Doom at a base level on paper right now, without having actually seen what he looks like in Overwatch 2. Let's move on to the other hero that got talked about, and there's another piece of info that actually got revealed.
True.
Which is the Orisa stuff. Well, a piece of the Orisa stuff. Maybe the next dev stream they'll tell us the next ability, and the next one after that. She apparently has a javelin now, and everyone. I think the post I saw was the Olympic spray of Orisa holding a javelin in her left hand, because the right hand's got the gun.
Yeah.
And she can just throw a javelin, is basically what the stream said. Beyond that, or a spear. And beyond that, Yiska went a little bit deeper and also said there was a javelin, but he also said some other stuff. That was quite profound. If I'm gonna be honest with you, it's almost ridiculous. Now I'm gonna be real. If your entire thing was just the Orisa stuff, I think everyone would have said it was fake. It was like, that's bullshit.
It sounds fake. It just sounds so goofy,
doesn't it?
For sure. Yeah, no, it's it's like, at what point should you just have given that kid to an entirely new hero? You know?
You still can't have Overwatch 1 Orisa. Like, she just doesn't fit.
No, but you could redesign more in the general theme of it. It's just like very weird. Like, okay, so
I think I know where you're headed, but yeah.
You know how Overwatch heroes are very much like focused around their gun identity to a degree. Like Doomfist is Doomfist because of the glove, and the glove is therefore like also a type of weapon. You have like the Zaryas, which have like the beam weapon, but it's also a lob weapon. Then there's like basically like it's a representation of all kinds of weapons you would generally see in FPS, right?
Sure, yeah.
Now, getting rid, and they didn't get rid. I think that's also one thing where I failed a little bit in my framing in the article because it sounded like they got rid of the left click, which they didn't. The
juice? Live juice on TCP? What is this?
No, it's just a clarification I also had already posted somewhere on Twitter, I think. But like now her identity is not really the left click as much, which is still bread and butter, I assume. But like the javelin type of thing, right? And it's like a javelin toss ability and like the negation that it sort of feels a little bit like we're giving the same ability to every tank now, which is a little weird.
Everybody gets a defense matrix, basically.
Yeah. And it's like it's weird in that sense. I also think we'll have to see how it plays. I'm happy that like the concept seemed to resonate with people on the surface. I'm not sure how it will translate into the actual live game. But like yeah, it felt like a very big departure, even though I think based on... Wasn't there already a spray of Orisa with a javelin in the game?
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
Right?
There's the Olympic spray, yeah.
It was already sort of like thought about, and maybe that was something, a concept. Like in my mind, it's just like the concept was there before, and then they dug it up again, right? It is a pretty big departure, and you think you could have just like had a monkey hero with that same ability. That's a tank hero, has like a Nimbus extension type of thing, and you could have had that hero.
You know, Picasso is going to be really, really excited when you give him his new Monkey King hero.
Right.
As somebody who will...
Because every game has
to have a Monkey King, and Yiska is just hoping that this
Winston's skin was not enough.
No.
It was not enough.
If you think about it, this is a pretty much like a Monkey King hero.
No, it is. It is. You're right. You're not...
Without the, trickery and clouds. Maybe she rips some after work. We don't know. But...
Maybe they should give her some trickery and clouds.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess like it translates to the frame of this idea of what's it called in English? Minotaur? Yeah.
Centaur.
Yeah.
Minotaur is the one that looks like a bull.
Got it reversed, yeah.
Oh, right.
This one's a horse.
Right. Yeah. Like, I guess it plays into that. We'll see. It feels like a daring idea, but let's be honest, Jesus Christ was Orisa otherwise like a boring hero to play, especially when she was meta. Like, if you were on Orisa duty, you now sacrificed your fun, other than halt situations where you could like drag people off the cliff, for like your team's success, and that sucked. Like, how bad is it that basically like one of the most impactful ultimates in the game feels so fucking lame to use?
Yeah. Place like down
Supercharger? You talking about Supercharger?
Supercharger was so impactful if you look like at the stats, especially in OWL, like how often teams would win fights when a Supercharger was used in those fights. It was one of the best abilities, but man, was it fucking lame. like
Yeah,
as
it
an
was lame.
ability, right? So
And I also just think damage boosting abilities are not healthy for the
Just
game
not
anyway.
good.
So
Yeah.
I'm also not a fan of it for that reason.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
And, it's
yeah.
all, and the other reason why it's underwhelming is because you can just destroy it. Like, because it's a thing you place, it's a piece of equipment, you can just shoot it.
Yes.
So it felt underwhelming. It's like, oh, I just popped down. I think I popped down an ultimate and it's gone. I think the worst case of that ever that I saw, and this was actually in an owl. Was it an owl game or was it a contenders game? I can't remember. It was in a professional match. And what had happened is one of this Orisa player maybe accidentally did it. I don't know if it was on purpose. They put their supercharger in front of the payload and then they fucking ran over it with the payload and it died. Seriously. They put it in front of the payload and then because the payload's pushing it, instantly got destroyed. And the payload just crushed it.
Sick.
That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a professional game.
That's nuts.
Oh my god. I can't even remember if there was a kill feed notification or not. Payload killed.
Payload killed.
Supercharged. I don't even know if there was one. I can't remember.
The logic on that's got to be kind of wonky because like that doesn't work with like the teleporter. Does that work with SimTP? Does it work with like Torp turret? Like the logic in the game there.
I know it breaks the May wall. I know it breaks that.
Yes, agreed.
I have no idea.
To Yiska's point.
I think the thing, just to real quick, I think the thing is what they don't want is you put the supercharger in front of the payload and then you push the payload on top of the supercharger and then the enemy team can't hit it.
True. Yeah.
That's what they don't want to have happen. So I think the logic is the logic is, well, just have this payload crush it then so that, you know, it can't be invincible. Anyway, continue.
You just push it. I don't know. Anyways, to Yiska's point, like with how like underwhelming it feels to play Orisa, I think it's just Bren that constantly brings up this anecdote of like talking to some of the devs and like how that's actually not replicated in like the statistics apparently on their back end, where like Orisa's like a very high pick tank in like lower queues because of like a reason. I have ideas as to why that was. I don't actually would be kind of surprised if that was still the case now.
Of main tanks.
I know what you mean. I think it's a bad example. I think she had the most to do at the time. Like think of like back when Orisa came out first, like you still had Ryan. Winston was still really not doing much anything. I think a lot of people really don't like playing Winston for the most part in lower ranks because like, you just don't do anything. You jump around, you throw down a shield. That's it.
Did you say Winston or Ryan?
I would say Winston has a little bit more agency than Ryan, but I still think they're pretty low.
Definitely Ryan. I'll let you continue, but definitely Ryan is like, it requires so much support from your other caster members that if you do not have good players in the other positions, namely the support roles, it's dog shit to play. Your experience is ruined. That's why.
100%.
Anyway, continue.
And to piggyback off that, I don't think Orisa is that much worse in that degree to say that like she needs a lot of support to actually work. She does a good job at hiding it. She gives you a lot of active things to do that keeps you engaged with the game so that you don't notice that your team isn't supporting you on your halts or on your positioning or using your shield. With Ryan, all you can do is be a support and hopefully try to get your team into position. Orisa at least gave you some active things to like keep yourself entertained with the game. There are a lot of tank heroes at like her release, which is
I think Ryan is way better at that.
I'm not arguing if it's better or worse. I'm just saying that there's active choices to be made with Orisa that keep you engaged with the game. With Ryan, there's really nothing for you to do but charge.
But there's yes, you can like like not be in front of your team, go like for these weird charge angles, try to hit like the shatters from behind, from the angle, whatnot. I feel like that's way more engaging than Halt ever was.
I mean, at least for me, I think Halt's part of that, but I think like just having a primary fire helps.
So
feeling like you're, I don't know.
Let me put it this way. I think Orisa in Overwatch 1, in terms of what Yiska's talking about as the mercy of tanks, in some ways I agree, in very other ways I absolutely don't. And that's because Mercy is super autopilot to the point where you can just turn off your monitor. But Orisa, if you actually have to actively use a lot of the other abilities, if you're not doing them, I feel like if you're not active with halts, you're just not playing Orisa to her potential at all. And obviously because supercharge, I mean, I'm not going to try and overhype this ability too much, but you do have to be a little bit clever with how you want to use it because you don't want to just get instantly destroyed. You know, it's a very high value ult. And Orisa doesn't do the most damage, so it's hard to charge supercharge, by the way, unless you're hitting a lot of shots or you're actually getting environmentals with Halt. You're not charging this ultimate very quickly, so you get it once every, once in a while. But because she's, in my opinion, kind of easy to play, put shield down, hold down the left click, and you're kind of just playing tank Bastion in a way, but with way less damage, right? You're cosplaying a Bastion with less damage.
Yes.
And actually, in some ways, you are cosplaying Alpha Bastion from Overwatch 1, because you guys remember the original Bastion reveal? He had a shield.
Yep.
So you're cosplaying that Alpha Bastion, but just with way less damage output. And in that sense, it does find a little bit autopilot-y. So I can see that, but her entry level, her skill floor in Overwatch 1 is quite low. Doesn't take a lot to get into Orisa. I think the skill floor of the other tanks are much higher.
Yes.
Even for heroes like Ryan and Winston, because Winston, way easier for you to get punished. Ryan, yeah, you get punished hard as well. Orisa's quite safe. You put down the shield, you start spamming, you're not going to get punished unless the other team actively pushes you and tries to kill you. You're just kind of there. You're just kind of doing your thing. You're chilling. So she doesn't get punished a lot at a low level, or even a high level if your team is good and you know what you're doing. So now, going back to the actual Orisa reveal of the Javelin, and then subsequently what you were talking about in terms of the additional things she is doing with her Javelin. To be clear, Fortify, you mentioned that Fortify was the only ability that was retained, and everything else is now some Javelin-based ability that is, to me, reads like what a dive hero almost sounds like. She has her own version of defense matrix in a way, and she has, what else did you say? It was like
the spear spin thing.
Yeah, I think
that's the defensive matrix. Yeah. What was the other?
The javelin
I can't remember.
Toss.
Javelin toss.
Yeah, we know about the toss.
And the ultimate.
Is it just the ultimate? Yeah, it's just the ultimate, right?
Yeah.
The ultimate where she, she sucks people in and then deals some damage. Big suck. And I think I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Bren or somebody on Pledge mentioned it sounded like a Dota or MOBA ability. I was like, holy shit, it does. It sounds it sounds like a MOBA ability, like something you would see.
Galio.
Galio, or maybe we're talking about League of Legends here now, or Nunu. Nunu's ult.
Yeah,
something like that. Something like that. That sounds like it. Because when I think about the description, and I like into my mind of like what that could be, where you're channeling some sort of AOE, which sucking people in. Not that Nunu's ability does that, but just something like that is what it sounds like to me on a first real basis. So what it says, and this is the problem I have with her identity now, is all of her spear abilities do not make sense with her gun.
Yep. Because
her gun is still I want to sit at the range, pop a shield down, and just shoot some bitches and not give a fuck about the game. And, I'm going to go AFK in the corner and just shoot people. But her ultimate requires you to literally be in melee range, by the sounds of it. Because we're assuming it's not a ridiculous AoE that covers half the map, but we're assuming it's a reasonable AoE and it requires people to be near you to start with.
I would imagine it's probably like point sized, right? Like a control point size, like AoE.
That even sounds too big, because depending on the control, think about Oasis City Center and how fucking huge that is.
Oh,
if it's point size, then get the fuck
I'm thinking
out
of like Village Nepal, like that little bunker area feels like a snow, like a blizzard.
If it's only that, good point, Blizzard. If it's around the same size of Blizzard, I'll accept it. Anything bigger than that, ridiculous.
That's too much. Too big.
If it's bigger than Blizzard, that's fucked up. I think even being the size of Blizzard might be crazy, but we'll see. But I don't know the numbers. I don't know how strong it actually is. And there's a bit of a overlap with Blizzard, because Blizzard's another big AoE that kind of slows
some synergies. Maybe we'll see.
So anyway, what was I talking about? So back to what I was trying to get towards. Is it seems like there's a disconnect in her kit, because the gun sounds like something you want to stay away and fight, like the older Orisa, which older Orisa is like a stay away hero. But the rest of her kit, especially the ultimate, sounds like you want to get in close, like a dive hero. And so she's got this crazy like split identity now in the middle. And when you said this originally, Yiska, was like, maybe they should have just made this new hero. I'm like, I think that's correct. I think they should have just made a new hero. I think they should have kept Orisa mostly how she was, maybe adjusted her slightly, or fuck it, maybe they don't change anything. Give her a bit more HP because she's a solo tank, and then don't change anything. And then if she sucks, she sucks, and no one plays her. Whatever. Whatever.
Come back to her later or something.
I won't shed any tears for Orisa, sadly. And then just give these new spear abilities to a totally new hero. Like for example, what is that that screenshot everyone's fucking going crazy over with Magnus? You guys remember that? You guys see that Magnus screenshot?
No.
Where there was some map where in the background. Oh yeah, it was from the Overwatch 2. You guys know when they did the original not Twitter longer the tweet about the Overwatch 2 stuff and how here's Aaron Keller's developer update as well, and they released a bunch of new screenshots.
Yeah.
One of the screenshots in the background had this statue called Magnus, and people were like, oh, "Is this guy a hero? Is Magnus a hero?" And now, who knows? Maybe it's a teaser, maybe it's an Easter egg, or maybe it's just literally a statue and that's it.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't read too far into it. But I'm gonna use that example because it kind of fits my point that I'm getting into, which is that they should just give all the spare abilities to a hero like Magnus. I can imagine a hero like Magnus having not Malga, not that guy, but you know, a hero like Magnus, which looks like some Roman gladiator. If they gave all the spare abilities, like
that would make sense.
Pantheon. You guys know Pantheon from League of Legends?
Yep.
Yeah, like he looked like that kind of guy. You give it to that guy and give him all these spare abilities. That canonically, from a lore perspective, makes sense and it looks good. But you have a hero that, I don't know if you'd make it melee, but you'd have a hero where, like, okay, if your ultimate is some spinning thing where you want to get in close and deal a bunch of damage, then you should probably be either a brawl tank like Ryan, where you're going to get up close and swing a hammer, or you are going to be a dive tank like a Winston, where you're going to leap in and do all your spear bullshit, you know? Not Orisa. It just doesn't feel like it fits. It just completely, it's just so different. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a total split identity. And I also looked at some, not feedback, but reactions. I looked at some reactions, and some of the reactions were quite fair because they were saying, oh, isn't Orisa's identity meant to be like this protector? She's the protector of Numbani.
Yeah.
You know, she's helping an old lady cross the street. She's very friendly and very, you know, mild-mannered kind of thing. She's designed by a 10-year-old girl. I can't remember how old Ify is. She's meant to be the protector of Numbani. And the whole shield thing and the fortify thing was all part of that kit. And now she's got this very aggressive redesign because she's like, now I want to get in your face and swing my spear. It's very counter. It's very counter to that philosophy. And some of the reaction I saw was that, you know, some players were quite sad. Some members of the community were quite sad that they're losing Orisa's protector, guardian identity. So I just don't know about. I like the bits and pieces. I just think it should go to a new hero and not be slapped onto Orisa. Is my opinion.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that would probably work best. I wonder if maybe that was the original like plan, and then things had to get expedited along, and then they just kind of slapped it on Orisa because that was one of the things that they like needed to get off this. Yeah, she's probably gonna need some work, if I'm gonna be honest. Now that you kind of like lay it out, she's probably gonna need a lot of like overhaul in terms of like overall design, because it doesn't gel. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That primary fire just doesn't seem to match the rest of her kit, or at least how some early projections maybe assume that she might, like the gameplay loop might play out. I don't know. I'm interested to get my hands on it and actually play it, because it is kind of interesting. It seems a lot more fun, but it also, like you said, it could be some jarring bits to it. So we'll see.
All right, so that's Orisa. Let's move on to the next thing. I guess we talk about Sojourn now, which is, I don't think they revealed anything necessarily. So to be clear, one thing that has actually happened with Sojourn is that there has been a developer update a long time ago now. I can't remember. It must have been over a year now.
It's in 2019, I think.
Where they no, it was not 2019.
Okay.
It was not the reveal stream. The reveal of Sojourn didn't show you anything. There was another stream. I think this was during BlizzCon Line last year. BlizzCon Line last year. Well, they actually showed Orisa's kit, or parts of her kit. They actually showed what her gameplay looked like. And she had this very fast-firing rifle, almost reminds me of a soldier rifle, but it looked like it might not be fully hit scam. I'm not entirely sure on that. It's hard to tell from that footage alone. And then she's got a railgun ability, which they showed off, and you charge it up with the left click, and then you fire it off, and then, you know, it looks like it does a lot of damage. And there's a whole host of other things, and she in the original reveal she was seen sliding as well. So got a slide ability. I mean, I'm not gonna bother dancing around too much because Yiska's juiced it all up now. He's apparently juiced out all of Sojourn's whatever kit. But she sounds very, very powerful, extremely powerful. She sounds powerful to the point where I think she's literally Soldier 76, but better in every way.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's my perception as well. It is pretty power creeped, it feels like. The thing is, like, this is one of those things where, okay, so good things first, right? This kid looks and sounds fun as shit, right? And I think that's like big, like 80% now of the work that you should do is now accomplished, right? Now here's the problem. Is this balanceable? Can you keep her fun while tuning the numbers? And I'm worrying a little bit more there, especially with a railgun, but we'll see. I think like that's the thing that we need to figure out, right? I think generally speaking that's possible. I just wonder, like, how we think generally, like, for instance, I think Soldier is a pretty good example where Soldier is a hero that probably like stands and falls with the numbers that he's producing. And that's why they were only like ever incrementally changing like 0.5 damage per shot or something on him. Yeah. If you were to give him like 3 damage more per shot, now he's overpowered and he's like a menace to deal with because he's slippery, like pretty self-sustaining. Everyone in solo queue will play that shit because like you can turn games with that by yourself, right? I wonder if that kid doesn't invite the same issues to a degree. But at the same time, like, I'm willing to give more opportunities to these types of kids and just make everything like this, like just like fucking make everything overpowered in the right hands. And that's like probably a better gameplay experience, generally speaking. But yeah, I'm mildly concerned that by the old the balanced paradigms we've adhered to, that this will be a harder hero to get the numbers right. But it's not impossible for sure.
Well, the kit sounds fun.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees on that. Like, this sounds like something you want to get your hands on.
And I think like you want heroes with high skill ceilings.
Yep.
Yes. This sounds like a high skill ceiling hero.
Yeah.
Because you need some precision. The movement mechanics sound powerful, but also offers you mechanical skill ceiling as well in terms of how you're going to use it. I have to assume. Because it sounds a little bit more, it's not as basic as sprint, right? Sprint is just sprint.
Yeah.
This is a little bit, the fact that it's got some sort of vertical thing baked into some sort of horizontal thing, that you can use it in more creative ways. And that would give you some outplay potential. And that would give you some more mechanical skill ceiling to explore, which you can't do. You can't, I don't think you can mechanically outplay somebody with sprint for the most part, right?
No.
Unless you're doing some crazy thing where
like wiggle shit, right?
You're just
like
you're sprinting down in a circle to avoid getting headshot by whatever or whatever. I think like when I think about like what cool outplay designs are, and I go back to MOBA designs and I think of champions like Aurelia or something, and just like a Fiora duelist. I don't know why Sojourn gives me that impression. And it's not just a slide, but like this, it just sounds like a very high skill ceiling hero with good outplay potential, and that's exciting to watch. But she sounds like she does too much. She sounds like she's got a lot going on for her compared to what other heroes do. And you also mentioned this, Yiska, but you said that she had some AoE slow, which doesn't sound particularly fun to play against. Maybe it's fun for her, but not particularly fun to play against. And that's like a weird part of her kit. It's like, why does she have that? Like, that sounds like she doesn't need that. Like, I would have been fine with the character with everything except that. Like, it just seemed like a totally like, you have a hero that can do X and Y and Z things, and also they can fold party balloons. But like, why?
Yeah.
Why did that need to be there? Yeah. So I don't know what they're going to do with her. They're going to have to really look deep into how she's done. But I am really looking forward to how Overwatch League players are going to handle her, because she's sounds like a cool hero to watch in the hands of a good player.
Yes. That's the main thing. Like, I'm really hyped about, like, seeing how the best players handle that. I'm sure currently it must be ridiculous in the right hands. But yeah, we'll probably get a much tuned down version of that. You'll unfortunately miss out on the absolute ridiculousness. Probably, like, you can imagine, like, if you have a railgun that one-shots squishies, that's probably unlikely to make it live, I would think. But we'll see how it goes.
I'm not like opposed to the idea if like Sojourn comes out on release and May 5th we roll out with like a slightly tuned back but still like pushed version, right? Like I think when people first see this game, especially like casual like players of the game, not even viewers of the Overwatch League, this is going to be like their first opportunity, some of them, their first opportunity to really see this game outside of like beta stuff. And I think like seeing the new heroes, seeing the new maps, I think that's not like a bad thing for PR. I think in general, like as the macro view of like Overwatch 2, you look at heroes like Soldier 76. Yeah, he is very dated in terms of like design. I hope that he gets kind of a pass over and like gets the redesign that he needs because he's kind of fallen by the wayside, you know, since
Sounds
like
dated,
Ash.
right?
Yeah.
You can see that. I don't know if I call it power creep of design. In some ways, you could say power creep because the new heroes have been stronger. Like I think Echo was crazy good on release, and she needed a lot of nerfs. But it's also, can I say design creep? Like creative design
feels
creep?
like it,
Because
yeah.
the new heroes are so cool in compared to the old heroes. Like I really enjoy, you know, Sigma's design, Echo's design, Sojourn's design from what we know. And then you compare that to the original heroes, and the original heroes just sound like, who the fuck made these? Like, what is this about? Like this is some Call of Duty guy that sprints. Like what? They sound super outdated, right? Like they sound old.
Yeah.
Yep.
And maybe that's the shtick they're going with. Like Soldier 76 old, he's get over it. Like he's crotchety. It's just not very fun. I hope he needs a passover, right? Like even like in his specific role as like this like high damage, high uptick, you know, DPS hero. Like there are other heroes that kind of like fill that same niche. Sort of.
Playing devil's advocate, Joe, I do think he has a role in the game as an introductory hero. If you think about
I'm cool with that.
He's the guy you play in the literal tutorial.
Yeah.
And he is the most basic hero in terms of, outside of Mercy, that in terms of how easy he is to pick up.
True.
Because if you've played any FPS game before and you see like, generic shooty man with rifle who can run, and he does a couple of things to self-sustain where you can put down a healing pad. And the only other way he could be more generic shooty man is if he threw a grenade, but the Helix rocket is kind of that in a sense anyway. So he is Call of Duty shooty man. And I think there is a place in the game for someone like that to exist. But this goes back into discussions I've had before where it's like, I am not convinced that every single hero needs to be viable. I am super along with the idea that some heroes are just training wheel heroes, and that you are supposed to not play them. You're supposed to get rid of them and stop playing them once you get good enough the game to improve. So, you know, Soldier is like your Soldier 76 is your training wheels hero, and then when you learn how to ride a bike, you can move on to Sojourn.
Fair. Yeah, if that's like the concept that they're running with, I'm cool with just leaving him as is. And then like much like the trap that they may fall into with Orisa, like instead of like just reworking Soldier into like this new Soldier 2.0, just give that kit to some other character, get a new character out faster, give people something new to kind of play with.
So,
I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So just before we move on to the next part of this discussion, just to finish up what I'm saying, it's just like, you know, I think it's fine if you have. I would be fine with Mercy and Moira's existence in the game, with how basic they are, as long as they do not enter high level of gameplay.
Right.
Because they should be training wheel heroes for new people to learn how to play the game. When you get good at the game, you're supposed to move on.
Right.
And if if you don't, it's like now we're getting into weird territory where like you're starting to see some of these like basic heroes be too viable, and it's just like, I don't know, that's healthy for gameplay. But I guess I'm just thankful that there are no annoying soldier mains out there. Can't say the same for Mercy players, but yeah, I mean, people, if you're trying to force your hero to be, if you're like overly complaining and you want your like very basic hero to have extremely high output because it's the only thing you want to play, I don't know. I think that's a bit selfish personally. So it should be a training wheels hero, but people wanna shove those training wheels onto just about everything these days, apparently. So Sojourn looks good, maybe strong. We'll see how it goes. Needs to be looked at further. I'm sure they will do that. I think the last final thing that was kind of brought up in this dev stream, and to be fair, we haven't really talked about too much. There's like an hour-long dev stream, but there just wasn't too much being brought up. Is the they mentioned kind of offhand that these two things are related. Supports feel weak, and also Molly said that as well, by the way. So Molly actually dropped an interview where he mentioned he felt like supports were a bit weak. Molly from Guangzhou Charge, she's their new support player. And then what else? Then the developer said as well, alongside supports feeling like a little weak, they also mentioned that Tracer felt strong in terms of flanking. Now, these two things combined have sent the common denominator player base into an absolute frenzy. And I made the mistake of once again walking to the Battle.net forums. And look, these days going there is like entering the reactor of Chernobyl. You know, you got to be patted.
Why are you doing this to yourself? I don't understand.
Because I'm like a reporter who goes into war zones. You know,
but with your mental, basically, like you're like,
yeah,
I like,
and trust me, on the internet, it is mental warfare. I like to keep my mental intact, but I also can't help it. But you know, come down from my ivory tower and just see what the peasants are doing every now and then. You know, how's the farming going? How's the smithing going? You know,
you're insufferable.
See the bakers and the potters, the pottery people, and just, you know, live a day in the life of a plebeian. What are they doing these days? So I go into the Battle.net forums to observe the plebeians, and yeah, they're molding. They're fucking losing their shit. You have crazy. They're writing crazy headlines that make me think they're all Kotaku journalists. I'm like, what are these? Like, Overwatch 2 ruined. The developers didn't heed our warnings. The game is completely ruined now. Flankers supports are useless, and Tracer's the best hero again. I need Joe to do his voice for this. I can't do it.
Oh my god, Avwald. Twice is ruining us.
Call me King Avril, actually. Please.
King Avril, please. The pulse bombs are raining like hot coals from the sky. Oh no, it's insufferable.
Insufferable. And so they hate it. They hate it because they've knee jerked so hard that the foot has reached over their heads and they've kicked themselves in the asses with their own foot. That's how hard they knee jerked to it.
A long foot.
People who have never played the game, haven't seen any footage of the game outside of, if they even paid attention to it, the Overwatch League playtest, or most likely what they saw was the loading screen from XQC's stream. That's about as much gameplay as they've seen of Overwatch 2. And they've had some unbelievable reactions off the back of these comments. I almost wish that the developers, that Jeff and Aaron, didn't mention anything about support or Tracer, because it's just like, I think that they do it from a position of like, it's admirable. Like, obviously it's innocent. They do it from a position of innocence, right? Where it's like, oh, they're just stating their reactions. Like, yeah, this is what's happening in the game right now. It doesn't mean this is how the game's always going to be. But the community's I don't know. Again, since
Could
they
have
can't
said
see
anything without like Battle.net just picking up on it? Like, oh, Bastion's crazy. Oh no, we should have. They didn't listen. Bastion's nuts. We said they would. Like, it's just like the hive mind, like the law of like large numbers, that like somebody's gonna say something and just feel like mega validated. Like, they're kind of doomed either way. It's just like, fuck it.
It's like whatever. It's dooming to an unbelievable degree.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It's like it's almost like the opposite of the movie Don't Look Up. I don't know if you've seen it, Christian, with Leonardo DiCaprio, where like no one believes that the world is ending. Whereas I think like people who are terminally online just automatically just always assume the worst, right? They're like, oh, yeah, it's ending. Like, no evidence, but everything's going to shit. So I guess my point is, I'm rambling a little bit now. This is a repeat of the developer stream. Apparently, I'm rambling a bit. But what my point is that there were some strong reactions to the mentioning of supports feeling or looking weak, and flanking heroes, DPS heroes being strong. Raises a few questions in my mind about like what's going on there. I have a few thoughts on it, on maybe why it could be happening. It also raises some thoughts in my mind about like what game do the people on Battle.net forums want to play? Legitimately, if they could design the game, right? They step into the Blizzard office. They are now the developers of Team 4. What the fuck game do they want? Like in their minds, what is the perfect Overwatch game? Is it literally 6 Mercies versus 6 Mercies? Is that the game they want? Because I don't know what the game they want is.
I think we have to legitimately entertain that people just enjoy being mad. Like unironically. Right?
I
like,
certainly
it's
do.
just
I
like,
certainly do. That's why I go there. I go there to get mad.
So, and to a degree, I can understand. Like, listeners of this podcast will know. If you know, you know. But like sometimes it's nice to be mad, right? At a higher power. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it feels like almost like a blow off steam type of situation. Imagine being the community manager of that cesspool. Jesus Christ. I genuinely
you don't have to imagine that person exists.
That's Andy B.
And he, and he posts.
Yeah, it must be. The thing is, like, you probably at some point you're just like catching, like, you're not really looking at the substance of the post as much as like the temperature of the emotion.
Yeah,
and I think there's some value there. I think, like, if these people stuck around, there's obviously something in your game that has attracted them and keeps them around. So I guess you can take that with a grain of salt and just like appreciate the passion and just be all about that. But yeah, I think that it's also just a very particular crowd that writes comments there. And
I just don't know what they want. Like, I want to know what they want, because then I can understand it better. And and then I could.
That's the issue.
Create,
they don't.
No,
we all know this.
I could create royal decrees that might help them.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Help me, help you. Help me, help you. Otherwise, everyone's getting sent to the gallows, and the guillotines are coming out.
Hey, let him eat cake. That's all I'm saying. What I will say is, like, there is kind of like there's a part of me that just goes like, well, no shit, that like Tracer's like becoming like a very, very strong pick. She always kind of was. There's not too many metas where like Tracer's just like bad.
Would you say that Tracer being good is a sign that the game is good? Like, is that an equivalent thing, or is that a bad thing? Is Tracer being good or bad for the game?
Me personally, I would say it's a good thing. I would think most people think it's a good viewing experience. I think Tracer's a fun hero to watch. She's like high mechanical outplay potential. She has like, she's kind of like the face of the game. It feels like when you think Overwatch,
she's literally on the box. So I
think Tracer personally. So like, yeah, I'd like Tracer to be like a high pick rate character. I don't think that she should be always played, but like it should be open, right? It should be a viable hero. But when you remove a tank and you start to like trim CC, it feels like a perfect breeding ground to have a character like this become really oppressive.
Except, what is the context? Because, well, who's fucking playing the alpha?
True.
Is it like 90% of Overwatch League pros in this? Like, what is it? Because if it is, no shit, Tracer's unbelievably strong. Because fucking like a striker or somebody's in there playing against you. Of course you're getting demolished. But my greater point, if Molly's saying, and I get it. If you are, so let me actually explain why some of this stuff might be happening. So if you think about what we know about 5v5, there's one less tank, and with one less tank, there's one less player on the field that can assist supports and help heal for you. Because usually you're playing with a Winston and Diva, or a Ryan and Diva, or Ryan and Zarya, and the off tank is going to be like, oh no, my supports are in trouble. Turn around, Matrix you, bubble you, whatever. Now, one tank. That's it. And that one tank isn't helping you, you're fucked.
Yep.
And also, because there's less CC, we're assuming there's no Brig stun, there's no Cassidy stun, there's just no stun. How are you supposed to be protected? If you are Anna, unless you land that sleep dart, you just die.
Yeah.
By the sounds of it. Because what and that's a hard difficulty to land consistently.
Agreed.
Even for pros. That's why if I see pros land them consistently, I'm like, wow, this guy's insane. This guy's a great player. If he can land sleep darts consistently, especially
it won Korea a World-Star Award. I'm just saying.
So it makes a lot of sense. You have less CC and one less tank. Of course, supports are going to be more vulnerable. And here's the other thing: if you're playing at a high level, you know there's the support passive that they gave the supports, which is they all get out of combat healing, personal healing. That doesn't make a difference in pro play.
No.
When are you ever gonna? When is that ever gonna be useful to you? Because if you're out of combat, your support is probably just going to heal you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And also in combat, it does nothing for you. So it does nothing for you.
Yep.
So it actually just does nothing for you.
It's useless.
It is literally useless. It's you know where it's actually good. It's good on a casual level when your team is not working together and your other support is not helping you, and you're like, fuck, I need to get heals, but I don't want to grab a health pack. I'll just wait for the self-healing to kick in.
Yep.
Right. In that situation, fantastic. Good passive. But for good teams and good players, literally makes no difference. I actually think they need to give supports the movement speed roll buff that the DPS got alongside the self-healing buff. Or the roll, the passive. Just to make them have something.
Yeah.
Because if they sound as... Oh, actually, I'm not going to try and pretend... I'm not going to try and jump to any conclusions of how weak they really are, because...
Yeah.
We don't know. We just know that Molly said they're a bit weak, and maybe Jeff Goodman said they're a bit weak, but we don't know how weak. Extremely weak,
right.
a little weak, medium weak, like what? Well done, rare. What is it? I don't know. So depending on how that is, you have to kind of adjust different things. But yeah, I just think it probably shouldn't be too complicated to understand why we are in the stage we're in. I'm a little surprised that Team 4 didn't foresee this, considering that there's no CC or far less CC and no off tank.
Right.
It's a little surprising that they didn't foresee that supports were going to be in a bit of a concerning state based on that information. And maybe they did, and they just or maybe they did a little bit, but they just didn't realize to what extent.
Yeah.
And this problem is again exacerbated, probably because our level DPS players are going to ruin you.
Yeah, that's a bit different. Agreed. I think there are some interesting things that could come from it if it does get pushed alive. Again, we show up May 5th and supports are still in kind of a wonky state. Does the role of a DPS become a little bit more fringe in positioning, not in terms of dynamic? Right? Are you playing on the wings a little bit more? Are you less clumped up? Are you trying to take the space of somebody like an off tank would? Are you playing a little bit more spread apart to maybe supplement how much your supports are getting dove on? Is that even a possible thing? What could come from supports being this heart of the team that if your supports die, which always kind of was the case, but it feels like it's more so now, right? If they die, then shit's really hit the fan, and we don't have a barrier in front of us. We have one less opportunity to have a barrier in front of us. Does this change the positioning?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, if there is more spam, if there is more influence on how support uptime, if you will, does this change the role of where the DPS are necessarily standing in correlation to the team clump, or are we just dissolving the team clump and kind of playing more of a skirmish almost? I don't know. I'm kind of interested.
I got another thing to add into this for Tracer as well. It's just how many good Tracers are actually playing at low levels?
True.
Are there any?
Yeah.
Because as much as people are oh my god, Tracer's always meta and she's always high pick rate, I'm like, is she?
Fuck.
Is she actually that high pick rate? I want to see some stats.
Yeah.
Give me bronze, silver, gold, even plat stats. What is the pick rate for Tracer at that level? Because I hazard to think that she actually is super... Maybe she's popular from like you said, Joe, she's the face of the game. She's literally on the box art cover. Mm-hmm. Super recognizable. She was in Ready Player One, for fuck's sake, representing the entire Overwatch franchise. I just think she is the opposite of an introductory hero. She's not someone you pick up early. You do not play Tracer when you're starting out the game. As much as you're she's the girl in the cover box, bro, she is like one of the hardest heroes to play, and very easy to punish. 150 HP and that's the other thing as well. Is like, she can still it's still Overwatch, guys. She's still gonna just die if you don't play her well. I just don't know. It just feels misplaced, this entire outcry from the casual player base, because I genuinely cannot imagine that they are facing either A, high quantity of tracers, or B, actual good tracer players that are going to make their gameplay suffer, that are going to make their experience bad. Because tracer's super fucking hard to play well. So all the good tracer players are not going to be in bronze to plat. So Eric's saying top 8 hero used in bronze, silver, gold. Yeah, top 8 on a team with only 6 heroes. So I mean, like, not even,
DPS. Yeah.
And like there are some significant deltas in terms of other heroes as well.
So on a game where, and this applies to Overwatch 2 and Overwatch 1, but in Overwatch 1, where you have 2 heroes on a team, top 8 out of 2 heroes, it's like, there's like 6 other heroes that get played. When you say top 8, do you mean she's 8th place, or do you mean she's
top 8 of 32 with less than a 50% win rate in like bronze, silver, gold?
So where does she rank in terms of pick rate, like actual number? 8th place?
I believe so. That's I'm kind of gleaning.
Can we get some confirmation on
that? It's lower.
Lower than 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric's saying lower than 8th.
It's here.
Yeah, it's
what number is that? How far down is that, Yiska?
It looks like she's below 0.5 win rate, so it would be like mid tier, maybe lower. Mid tier. Yeah.
So she's like a mid tier pick for low ranks.
Right.
Cool. What the fuck are people complaining about?
Yeah,
oh my god,
just anything.
I mean, she's strong.
You could take it. They could have sent anybody, and they would have been mad. They're mad to be mad. It's BattleNet forums too. Like,
whatever.
I mean, I feel like in every Blizzard game, BattleNet forums are just like,
I'm gonna fucking enter that. I swear, like their moderators, like sewage cleaners. It's like you got to enter that shit with a hazmat suit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what a cesspool. So that aside, I think there just needs to be some adjustments for support gameplay just to make it feel fun and just fun generally, and not feel too vulnerable. I mean, that's a key thing, because it is harder for supports to help each other as well, based on the fact that you have no brig, because no stuns, no brig bash, right? So, yeah. Cool. Is there anything I missed in the dev stream?
We have like a date, right? We have, what was it, April 26th? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yep. April, official date for the beta now, April 26th.
Yep.
Which is
sign up.
How many days before the Overwatch League season start is that? That is
9 days?
I think 10.
10?
10 if you include the date itself, which you should, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 10 days before the Overwatch League start. So, I mean, good shit. It's also 2 days before my birthday, so here's hoping. That would be a fantastic.
One day before mine.
Awesome... Wait, when's your birthday?
27th
of April.
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Wow, the double birthdays.
Of April. No fucking way.
Yep.
It took for us to get to episode 219 to figure that out.
Actually,
not that I was part of the first 100 or anything, but like, wow.
Just
so that'd be a great birthday present for either of us.
Really? True.
Get a key.
Key me,
please. Birthday.
Not my car.
Well, that's it.
So
I don't have a car.
So yeah,
I know
it will be. So that'll be fun. Beta starting. We'll see how many people actually get in. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people trying to get in. And oh yeah, and the other thing Eric's saying, we will record on April 27th with Yiska, and my 28th is also. We'll be technically recording on birthdays.
Easy.
Like that. It'll be the birthday podcast. Birthday podcast. Love that. Any final thoughts on the dev stream? Because we're going to move on to the next big part of podcast episode. All right, well, now that, see, what we just did could have just been a podcast in and of itself. And what we're essentially doing now is starting another podcast that could have been a podcast in and of itself.
This is all
We've
Batman all
decided
over again.
To shove 2 podcast episodes together into 1 podcast episode.
That's right.
Nice. Let's
Here
go.
we are. It's that
So-
season.
So this is what's going to happen. Let me set this up properly. I need to make sure. A moment, please.
Anticipation. The drama.
Welcome to the annual Crouchie Awards in 2022, where we award excellence in the field of completely made up random categories that don't mean anything. And actually, the entire format of this awards show doesn't make a lot of sense because we're giving out awards before the season even starts, for the season we're about to go into, without having seen a single game or really knowing anything about the season. And actually, it's particularly scuffed because we haven't seen the game yet. We don't even really know everything about the game. We haven't seen the game. So we're literally just making everything up. Well, welcome anyway to the annual Crouchies.
Infinity Hedge. Nobody get at us in DMs for whatever we're about to say and atrocities we're about to commit. We were so wrong last year, dude. Like, I was going through a list. We were off, bro.
I think you hit on some of them, but yeah, it was, you know,
we shouldn't tell
some teams.
We shouldn't tell.
Teams just fumble.
Yeah, we shouldn't reveal the magic trick of like summoning content out of thin air that also has absolutely no substance down the line. Let's go.
We're pretty good at that.
All right. Shall we get into it?
Yes.
Let's go.
Here we go. I had something prepared. So I got to make sure I do this properly.
Okay.
Just need you to wait for it. Welcome to the official awards. We got a lot of categories this year. I wasn't here last year actually, so this is all new to me. I'll be your official host for the evening. AVRL, here to present the awards. We'll have some other special guests here to present awards as well. You might know them already. One of them is Yiska. The other one is Volamel, presenting the other awards for the show, for the annual Crouchies 2022. Our first award is going to be the category of, let me get the list down, make sure I'm doing this all correctly. Okay. First award, we got some big ones out there. Obviously, we're going to be talking about stuff like Rookie of the Year, MVP, who's going to win out. We're saving the best for last year. Our fun awards, number 1, the Hooreg Award, given to the player who we believe will probably be the most successful bench player, or the player that will be able to have, the greatest amount of success based on what their team is doing without having really played any games. Minimal games or no games played is going to be kind of the criteria for this award. Done in the name of classic player Hooreg, who comes from Vancouver Titans, Apex, and has basically just won everything. I think he actually did play in Apex, so maybe that's not entirely fair, but yeah, he was a Titans player you never saw while they dominated. So without further ado, the winner, at least from my perspective, I'll announce my winner first. We'll go there. The winner of the Hooreg Award is... Who Are You? Well done, Who Are You? Yeah, I think Who Are You is probably going to be it very easy again. He is on... I could have said Bebe, but we'll just say Who Are You, because he was already there. He's already got an Overwatch League championship title. He's still on the Shanghai Dragons, still a really stacked team. And I'm expecting them to do extremely well this year, probably win titles, maybe contend for the championship, maybe go to the grand finals. Depending on the meta, Who Are You might not even play. And if it's anything like last year where Fl0w3r and Lip just dominate, which probably they will again, Who Are You is going to dominate from the bench. There you go.
True. somebody who's won a few major titles by not doing much of anything. It's kind of crazy. I, however, have not picked Who Are You. I have chosen a rookie coming into the North American Overwatch League region. Somebody who I don't think many people have on their radar, but I think their team's going to do pretty good. I think Gurio is probably coming home with the Hooreg Award for Dallas and all of their fortunate givings last season. I think they're going to do pretty well, and I think Gurio probably won't see too much playtime, personally. Yiska?
Thing is, like, sort of, if you think about it, like the most successful, right? Implies like you're already sort of giving away who you're thinking will be a successful team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to think about this that way. Now, Who Are You is the OG backgetter. Like, arguably rivals Hooreg in his ability to just, like, get trophies without doing fuck all. This man is a legend in getting bags and rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the last time this guy was a top player was Apex Season 2 finals. Then he got himself benched in Apex Season 3, became a champion there. Then, like, okay, fair enough. My dude popped off in contenders. Can't hate him for whatever he did on Funi. Definitely carried there. So, like, not hating on those rings. But then, man, come on. Like, this season, dude? Like, my dude is just, like, passively getting mad accomplishments. So, I think there's no way to get past Who Are You. I think I also have to double up there.
Fair play. I mean,
Who Are You twice. That's how hard he won this category.
It's hard not to.
He won it really hard.
He is.
So special mention probably from me again to Bebe, who is likely not going to get played over.
Very true.
Either the supports for Shanghai because they have Lee Jae-gon, Iziaki, who are just simply too good. It's unfortunate. And I don't know. You guys have any other like special mentions for this award?
I feel like there's a nebulous like fourth player on the Spark that just like can't see playtime. Like they like it just is too wide of a DPS roster. Somebody's
They have too many players.
There's just somebody who's just gonna get left out and like forgotten. Like they're not gonna get invited to the Discord team practice. They're not gonna get like the syllabus or something. Like it's something's gonna get lost, and they're just not gonna be able to be there or show up, or maybe visa restrictions.
You're telling me Spark will sign Logix, not invite him to the team Discord, and just never talk to him again? This is what's gonna.
It's possible.
Yo, I wanna say something spicy to get the people going. Something like Reina.
So, I mean, do you feel strongly?
Because you assume Space will be the only one playing?
Yeah, just like how I assume like stuff will develop. I think like Glads will be pretty good. And then also like it seems like off tanks, like from what Jeff Goodman was saying, like we're doing very well. If that continues, like then it makes sense that Reina would then be benched by Space, who's also a very good player.
Sure. And
it's also the thing that will get all the cool kids in their Discords pissed off, which adds to the benefit. And I've done all of this without even mentioning any of Reina's qualities, and that seems to be just about the hot take that like gets people very mad.
So I feel like showing how the sausage was made probably made people less mad because you're trying to make them mad.
Nah, they're still going to be mad. I know my match.
AVRL, what are you saying?
Germans making sausages. I was gonna mention this one's. I don't know. I think this one will has a high likelihood of coming true.
Okay.
And that is Krillin on Justice, because essentially that's just a vigilante waiting room, is it not?
True.
Vigilante is underage, is regarded to be a better player than Krillin. They play the same role. And once Vigilante comes of age, why would you play Krillin again unless you're doing double flex?
Okay.
But if supports suck right now, there's no way you're doing double flex in a meta where supports are getting screwed. So there's a few things there. Like I don't know, it's hard. Beyond that, I agree with you about the Hangzhou talk. Like somebody, because they have 3 tanks, somebody out of 2 people actually likely, but definitely one person out of Goucher, Liga, and Burner is probably never going to see game time. One of those 3 tanks is going to be starting, and the other one's going to be coming in for specific picks, and then the third one is just simply not going to get played.
Yep.
So the fact they have 3 tanks is a fucking throw this season.
I mean,
Unless they
yeah, that you kind of are extra like giving away here that you think Justice will be good, though, right?
do they have to be good?
I mean, the most successful bench player, you know? Where's the success?
All right, scrub it out. Scrub it out. You're right. Scrub it out. Scrub it out.
Somehow it's going to be Pine again. I don't know how, but like someone's going to just pick him up, and then he's never going to.
Baby Rhino, leave it on Baby Rhino. Get rid of Krillin. My bad. I fucked up. Get rid of it.
Right.
It also assumes Spark is good too, so yeah, that makes sense.
Next.
All right. Next category. Who's? I actually don't know who's going. Who wants to go?
I'll
next?
take the next one.
Okay, so now we have to do me, Joe, then Yiska in that order.
Okay.
So let's go for a beloved player coming in. He's a role player. Was signed last year. Didn't actually see much playtime though. The one, the only, the Pine Cone, the Pine Award for the best role player coming in for the 2022 Crouchies, the award show where the points don't matter. Yes, I stole that line from Drew Carey. Should you care? No. Eat my ass. So the Pine Award. I'm going to give my vote.
So hostile, man.
To Jinmu.
Oh.
Yeah. So
like that.
this is somebody who, like, with the details that we've talked about previous in the show, I think is somebody that could come in for the Chengdu Hunters as this nebulous in terms of role, but still, like, he's here for the funny hero, just like he always has. But Overwatch 2 is only going to amplify that to like the nth degree. I think there's some other players out there that could fill a similar role, but I think he's probably the best one. So my vote is going to Jinmu.
Bro, I didn't even pick one here, and I don't even have an idea where to go with this. This is like, because like
a role specialist kind of deal, right?
yes,
Yeah.
and there's not many left if you think about it, right? Like the Amongs, the Chipsas, the DMs, the
Pines.
the Pines. Yeah, what was the Diva Farah player for Shanghai called in the past? Oh God, I'm blanking. Ding, yeah.
Oh, Ding.
Like those type of guys are Gonski, so oh, this is really hard, bro. I think Jinmu is already a great choice because like he's.
You want me to go first?
Yes, please.
Because I'm gonna pick the play you're gonna hate for forgetting about.
Yeah.
Okay.
My Pine Award winner is Venom.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah.
Literal Tracer specialist being put onto the rain, and he is like the definition of like, this guy's really fucking good at one hero. Put him in the team, and if Tracer remains good, which I think Tracer will probably be good, it'll be that guy. But I also think Venom, maybe there's some hidden stuff in there that he could be bringing out. That'd be pretty cool. But he is like almost a definition of someone picked up specifically to play a very specific role in the team. So Venom is my pick.
That opens up some thought ways, some ideas. Maybe there's another Tracer specialist that is coming back.
Ah, fuck me, man. I kind of just want to meme it and say Rhino again.
What role is he playing?
He's gonna come at you. He's gonna be,
Yeah,
what the
no,
fuck are
my
you?
dude's-
He's a Ryan one trick. Like, what is it? What is this?
Yes.
It's not even true though, as well. Like, my dude's probably just like cracked on Doom or some shit.
We've given you 2 great archetypes, and all you have to do is yoink and twist.
Yoink and dude. Like, I don't know who you were even like alluding to as like a Tracer specialist. That is it like a soul player? Is it like Stalker or some shit?
Chat, please somebody in the comments. I know you're malding.
Sabiobi is dead, dude. What are you talking about?
No, he's yoked. Have you seen this kid on Twitter? This man's
yeah.
jacked.
Yeah, that's
no. There's a tracer specialist. Maybe did really well early on. Came from like an unknown Apex team. Is now coming back to his season 1 team.
I am
chat.
I don't agree with that, Joe. I don't agree with that one.
I mean, you don't have to agree with it. I'm just saying, like, you've given him that archetype to go, okay, well, maybe this could be you played with.
It probably.
I also have a second vote if you want just to copy my homework.
Just say Carpe because he's only going to come into play Widow. That's it.
That was another one of mine. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you guys are vicious. No.
Bro, Carpe's going to get benched, okay?
I feel like Jim was already a great answer. I'm just going to copy your homework, dude.
You could just say Mirror.
Nah, that Mirror is not a bad one. Mirror is certainly not a bad one, but Jinwoo is a better one.
Mirror is a hyperflex. He's not a hyperflex. I'm the guy that gets really angry at people using that term. He's not hyper, but he's a very flexible player.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't actually put Mirror in that position. Unless we're now defining people like Swiss Army knife players as like their own special. That doesn't seem right though, because they're not actually specialized in any role. They're just like a do everything kind of guy.
It's like it's do everything, but it's like in weird, really odd areas. It's like, oh, we need Mirror to play Zarya, and for whatever reason, Adam can't.
Because there's just so many players that just can't play Zarya.
It's not that they can't play Zarya, but they can do other, like, the way that they are Swiss Army knife is not like relegated to their role so much as it's like they play Overwatch good.
Yeah.
Any honorable mentions here, or I think with the level that we struggled at, maybe not. I don't know that there are many honorable mentions.
It's tough because like we don't have like a good
No.
drawing point to like start from to say, oh, okay, like we can expect like this player to probably still only play like hit scans, but what if that's just standard?
I actually, as a meme, wanted to say "Who are you" again, because I can see a very specific situation.
Yeah,
like
Genji.
Huh?
Just Genji.
Like a new, just Genji, or like some new hero comes out, and for whatever reason, it just clicks with "Who are you," and he ends up getting playtime because of that.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Maybe.
I kind of. Whereas like that probably won't exist for Bebe, but it might exist for someone like "Who are you." Maybe.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right. Yiska, you can't struggle now. You get to pick the next award.
Okay, someone's got to tell me the award. I can't open sheets right now because my.
All right,
okay, let me copy the. No.
Okay.
Copy paste.
I'm gonna copy paste here, and he's gonna choose from one of them.
There you go.
Oh, we're not keeping the. Okay. Come on, that's my brand.
And remember to explain what the award is as well before you mention the player.
So. I've talked about this concept in the past, where it's like there is a type of player that looks like gigantic in the distance. It's like cracking up in like clapping fools and contenders, like really like leaving an impression. We can't wait to see them in OWL, and then they are complete bust, right? So we have ever so aptly called this the Fl0w3r Award. The biggest letdown of a season, right? It doesn't have to be a rookie. It could for sure be like maybe a player that you like was incredibly good last year, but also, adapts badly into Overwatch 2, potentially. Stuff like this, right? And for that, now I have to come up with one after picking that category. This is really hard.
Really? You didn't? You got to pick the category? You don't even...
He thought he was going to wing all this, and I'm like, bro, these are kind of tough. You got to think about some of these.
Now, of course, it's Rana again.
Shut the fuck up. Well, you were supposed to... Hang on. No. We're doing it again. Get rid of the Rhino. We're doing it again.
Okay.
I need you to repeat these words.
I'm so glad
the
this is
award
not
goes to, and then pause. You say, and the award goes to, and then you need to pause.
Right. Let me.
He doesn't understand the assignment.
It's words, bro. It's just words. and the award goes to, and then you pause.
You know, I'm trying to come up with a new comedic effect, but my brain's just not working to that degree. Yeah?
Oh man.
Now say the player.
The award goes to. I don't have a player yet.
You said Reiner. Just say Reiner again.
Oh man.
No, but it's not the right answer. I feel like that's clearly not the right answer. I believe that. Man, would it be?
Me up, bud.
You know how
crack me up.
spicy this would be if I just say proper. Oh
Did you
man!
live with
then.
yourself though?
Just say it then.
Yeah, say it then. Say it. You know
I'm
you want
gonna
to.
say proper.
It's gonna be the flower.
He's gonna be the flower of the season.
I'm
All
a-
right, Jesus.
I'm gonna say
That is
proper.
spicy.
It is.
Wow.
It is not only because the expectations are so high. So if this guy is mid, we're already in flower region, right? Like just like based on the
Right.
expectation set.
At this rate, if he doesn't come first in the Overwatch League and win
Yeah.
both Rookie of the Year and MVP, everyone's going to say that he was overhyped.
Mhm.
Yes. So I feel pretty safe in this. Actually. See, I
At
should
this
have.
rate, if he does win the entire season and gets Rookie of the Year and gets MVP, people will still say he was overhyped.
Probably.
Yes. So this is also a nomination where I'm going to look like an idiot in a year when I have forgotten under which mode I made that prediction. So future Yiska, I'm going to upset you with this one, but it's all good for a good cause.
And even worse, Reiner does flop, and you're like, fuck. Should have just stuck with Reiner.
Yeah. Could potentially happen. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Well, that was painful. Thank you for that, Yiska. Now,
No problem.
Who next?
on
Did you have one?
yes,
Joe?
I think I have a
All
good
right,
one.
you go then. Go on.
Coming in with a new lease on life. Dashed in purple. Coming in from a new game.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Shit,
Here we go.
that's the right
I'm-
answer. Fuck.
I'm not sure about Patafan, boys. I don't think a year off is going to do you any good. I think we've seen that in the past, and it certainly has put a hindrance on your performance. Patty, while very, very talented previously, I don't know if that Valorant stint is going to assist him this year as much as he probably will still see playtime. He probably will be very useful to the Gladiators, but I don't know if it's going to be up to the community kind of perception around him that he is this like prodigal DPS all-star that, you know, everybody wants him to be. I think he's going to be kind of okay. Kind of fine.
Yeah, I'm such a fucking tryhard in this. Man, this is the golden answer. I don't think there's a better answer for this.
We'll see. Avril, do you have any nominees to
Oh, man.
Celebrate.
What if there isn't a better answer?
I don't know.
Shit.
I mean, there's just some hyped up people out there that, you know, could crash and burn.
I'm gonna say Arns. Then I'll go the other guy
Okay.
because
Man, you guys are
I think
better.
because there is still a world where he does flop. That is a bit of a gamble from
Mhm.
Fl0w3r. Not saying he will,
Yeah.
and I'm sure you're not saying that Patty will flop.
No.
But I think these are the type of players that could be a coin flip.
Mhm.
Could
Yeah.
be a coin flip. And
Could be
now,
dangerous.
if Yiska changes his answer back to Reiner, we really are just picking on the Gladiators, aren't we? We're like a bunch of the fucking stack of Gladiators haters we are.
I'm already expecting bad DMs from that, crowd surrounding Reiner. So, let's not lead too much into it. Leave me alive, guys.
Okay.
The one nominating Reiner for everything.
The next award we're going to give away is the Packing Award, or rather, I should say, the Packing 10 Award, which goes to is it team or play? I think it's team, right? This is a team award.
Yeah.
The team that we predict will have the highest degree of success in context to the level of hype that they currently have, which is meant to be low or, their level of funding or their level of budget. So basically, a team that outperforms their expectation. Right? So a team that does a lot with quite a little. So the Moneyball team, or whatever team, just is able to get the most value out of an expected low performance. And so, without further ado, the award goes to the Florida Mayhem. As Gumbo is a proven coach with great scouting, who knows how to get high value for less than what other people have to work with, and he's done it almost throughout his entire career as in roster decision making areas. So not going to include Boston in that because I don't think he was able to do a lot there. But in rosters where he does have roster control, he has done a lot in terms of getting high value. I also think Mayhem's a super slept on team as well. I know I've seen a lot of fan power rankings or just fan comments about Mayhem, and they're like, "Oh, this is going to be the worst team in the entire league," and I'm like, I'm going to sleep in on the team a little bit. I think you got to give the team a bit more credit. They're a team that the team that can very easily be greater than the sum of their parts, from my perspective.
For sure.
Yeah.
No, I don't hate Mayhem at all. If anything, my vote kind of comes from like a similar line, and maybe even familiar to Gunba's history. I hope I'm remembering that right. Boy, I'm now questioning myself. I'm gonna copy and paste a lot of that and apply it to another coach. But in the APAC region, I'm gonna say the Valiant are gonna be the Picking Award winner. I do put a lot of weight into their coaching staff. I still am yet to be super impressed with the players that they've signed. We're still waiting on some confirmations of some reports, but I think overall, from where they were, what we can assume their budget is, this team's probably gonna actually do quite a lot with like the little like staying power that this roster really is going to have. Are they going to be incredibly successful? Probably not. Probably not. But I think that still like says a lot to the like pedigree of this like team, this culture, this coaching staff that comes in and can like, much like Gunba does, come in and kind of establish this core of not misfits, but just rookie players that have a lot of potential that has some good leadership behind them. I'm in a very similar vein to the Mayhem. I apply that same concept to the Valiant.
The thing is, okay, for me, like those were definitely my two choices, and I think there are hardly any other sensible ones. I guess you could mention Paris once again, who would have probably won the award for me last year. Now it's hard to compare. I think maybe Guangzhou could also be mentioned as potential. I'm sorry, I think Spitfire and Titans will have a hard time once again this year, and they're probably out of the running for me by comparison. Boston is possibly also a team that could be in there. I think all the APAC teams probably have enough like resources to not necessarily qualify for this award.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it really comes down to Mayhem against Valiant, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm looking at the opportunities for each team to pop off, I would have to look at the schedule, but we're not trying this much. I think it's more likely to be the Mayhem, but that might also be because I perceive the Mayhem expectations to be extremely low, while I have already convinced myself that the Valiant will be mid-tier. So
Sure.
Maybe that's not an expectation held by a lot of people. And they would see like Valiant getting lower mid-tier already as a huge achievement, which I probably wouldn't agree with. Or would be decent, I guess, but not like, the Valiant season 2 to season 3 type of shit, right?
Right.
yeah, I think for that reason, I gotta go Mayhem. I think in terms of like value creation, there's very few coaches that can do it like Gamba in the Overwatch League historically.
Yeah.
And it's probably also a slept-on coach. So that's definitely like they're just very smart about the selection process in general. Then again, I think it's a lot about momentum with that team as well. So, and let's not forget, like there's a language barrier there to overcome. Yeah, I'm not sure where this is going with that team, but yeah, that would be my pick here.
Joe, select a category.
Fair play. Moving down the list, we're coming in this season. You know, we talked about a team draped in purple. Last season, they housed a particular player that nobody saw coming, that deserves his own award for how slept on, both in one sense, entirely quiet, but kind of shaped, especially at the end of their season, the Skewed Award. Somebody coming in with almost negative expectations coming from, you know, AVRL. Maybe you can comment on this. Not a particularly great team.
I did not have any expectations. Did you mention the player yet? Who the award is based on?
Yeah, we're talking about Skewed here. This is the Skewed Award.
No expectations for Skewed. I was like, why did they get this guy?
Right.
So,
and that's coming from somebody who's like the you know, foremost authority on the region, or at least one of them, if not the. But entirely pops off and you know, is a dynamic force for the team, especially as it comes to a close. So for me, the Skewed Award nominee / winner goes to I'm going with Hydron from the Florida Mayhem. This is somebody who, speaking with some of the casters and some of the people who follow NA, has been an offensive threat, and both in terms of, you know, how aggressive they are and how like impactful and game changing they are, but like almost to like a offensive degree. Like this is like candidate for like Tracer Player of the Year from like just the hype around him, from just the like the domestic casters and experts. You know, best Tracer, solid hit scan player. Again, you talk about Gunba. I trust his eye for talent. I trust, you know, coming in from the Valiant, coming in from Boston. He has a good metric of like, he has a good eye for players. So having that kind of confidence in him, hearing all the things that I've heard from some of the experts in NA, knowing that Tracer is actually going to be pretty good, or at least it is right now, per, you know, some of the devs and apparently Molly, whom I'm high on. Yeah, I'm going with Hydron. I not somebody who's like, I don't think anybody's clocked outside of maybe some like NA contender stands. There's definitely names that kind of dominate the narrative, and I don't think Florida are going to be too unhappy with how Hydron's performance is going to end up looking for 2022. So he's got my vote.
All right, Yiska, do you want to go before me so that you don't end up stealing mine? I got a banger of an answer, but I want.
Yeah, I think I would have to probably like, I think we would have the same, but go on.
No, mine's too good.
You go on.
Why? What do you mean? I'm trying to save mine so you can't steal it. What you go? I have mine locked in. I know what I'm doing.
Well,
I'll even send mine now to Eric to prove that I have mine locked in.
Okay, here's the problem. What is Eric doing with the thing? What is Eric? Okay. I think there's a high chance that I'm going to take yours.
Sure, maybe you will. Just say it.
Okay, then I'm saying checkmate.
Fuck!
I offered you all the opportunities, dude. I've offered you all the opportunities to take that shit from me. Like,
oh, you motherfucker!
Okay.
I hate you.
The thing is, the other name I would have strongly considered was Although, but in terms of checkmate, I think that's a player done dirty by history, generally speaking. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's a scuffed tank player. No, it's not the scuffed tank player. That's like the guy that actually has some real potential down the line. And we'll see. I mean, we'll have to figure out how the Mayhem generally work, but I think like that's definitely like a player that that can convince beyond expectations, because the expectations are fairly low, I think, across the board by the community. How are you feeling right now?
I have to go for someone different. I'm gonna have to go for my backup answer then, because I'm not gonna just go for I wanted to go for checkmate as well,
Right.
but I'm not gonna just do a double up here. And Eric can confirm because I did actually message him my answer, which was checkmate. So my backup answer is going to be Zest from Fusion because I think that generally speaking, people have hard underrated Fusion's all their rookies. To be fair. And I've begun changing the narrative of MN3 because he's actually fucking cracked. But people still are like, all right, well, we'll take MN3, but, you know, Zest is still some fucking, who is this guy? But it's like, even Zest, man. Zest and MN3 as a duo is going to be crazy good. Zest also has such a complementary hero pool to MN3. I think it's not just individually they're both good. It's how they work together as a duo. Because they both cover Tracer really, really well, which is something Fusion lacked last year. 4 DPS players for Fusion, not a single one of them could compete on an elite level for Tracer. That's a huge problem in the APAC region, especially. You have MN3 who covers hit scans plus Tracer, and then you have Zest who covers your projectile / flex plus Tracer. So they have a very complementary hero pool to each other because what you want is both your players to be very good on Tracer. So that no matter what the meta is, if it's Tracer plus X, somebody can play the X. That's very important. You don't want to be Chengdu last year, where to play Tracer plus X, Leave has to be on the Tracer or you're fucked.
Yep.
That's an issue. And other teams would also be in that issue if they only have one good Tracer player. But, you know, MN3 Zest together is going to be really good. And Zest is hugely slept on because people just don't know him. People just haven't seen him. Same deal with MN3. People just didn't know him. Very slept on player. But because the narrative slowly changed around MN3, I'm not going to say him. I'm going to say Zest instead because he's still the slept on guy for this team.
Good shout. Good shout. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Philly brings because, like you said, there's not a ton of community narrative surrounding them. If anything, it's very skittish, very skeptical, and everything that I'm hearing from you about MN3 is very, very high. Still kind of unsure about what Zest kind of brings to the table. So enjoying some of the downloads.
Right.
Go on, Yiska. It's your turn again. 2 more. Is it 3? 2 or 3 more? 2 more categories before the big ones.
Okay. So throughout Overwatch history, there have been a couple of players that have not been on Overwatch League teams, even though they probably had demonstrated the quality of being on one in contenders or other tier 2 competitions. And the sort of the main name to consider here is Kaiser. Now, of course, a legendary tank from the Apex days. Like, it was always initially, I would say, pretty crazy that he didn't make it, and then like kept being a very good tank on winning teams for some of his time, and still didn't make it. And now, feasibly, like the tank role probably has also developed away from him. So like it was very unlikely to be this to be the season where he gets in, given how competitive the situation is. Other like past top names that had similar situations are like Devin, you know, these types of players. It's not about players that can't get in because they're not eligible, of course.
Right.
Now, given that, I don't think it's one too outside of left field, but my winner...
Give me some warning.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Is Luke Mino. Now, I nailed it once. I got it once.
Yeah, it was good.
You guys are proud?
It could use some polish, but sure.
Yeah. Working clock correct twice a day, whatever. I don't know.
Right. I'm also probably going to be outclassed by your suggestions once again because I'm not on the ball today. But, okay. Luke Mino is a name that you constantly, over the last 2 years, heard being brought up as like one of the guys that made it into like the last couple of rounds of selections and trial processes and whatnot. Is always like the guy that plays against the eventual pick in the trial process, right? And has also been very successful in contenders, of course. Currently on Marvel, has always been around the crowd that won all the tournaments, always made it close with his teams, but never quite got onto an Overwatch League team. And it is, yes, a very competitive role that he plays, but you could argue that especially in seasons where someone like Rolf was around, he should have probably been in the Overwatch League before. So once again, like this year, I'm not sure if it's as much of a snubbing. I think he's better than some of the choices that were taken, but you also have to sort of fit into the scheme of everything. But in my estimation, Luke Mino is like the guy I'm looking at, going like, why is he not in Overwatch League right now?
That's fair. AVRL, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I didn't limit myself to contenders players here. So
Right.
I think the definition of the award is like a player that probably is good enough and probably deserves a place in the league
Sure.
that has not been picked up, right? And the number one player on that list is a very obvious answer. This is the guy that the Reddit always screams about is Moth, and I think I actually do. I agree. You know, I don't always agree with Reddit, but I do agree here because I think there is, especially now that we're learning that supports are kind of struggling. You can definitely see a world where Lucio is going to get played more because he is a kind of hero that can peel, can sustain, hard to kill. Sounds really good in a situation where supports aren't great. And you know, if he was he is a great Lucio player. And I don't know. I assume he's still around, but there's always been murmurs of like, has he quietly retired? He's not streaming Overwatch anymore. He's not logged in or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of teams that are missing a main support player that could really use someone like Moth. So that discussion maybe opens again now. And for now, yeah, he has been kind of snubbed for the time being. So he gets my award.
Fair. That is probably. I think that's probably the golden one with some of the nominees that I have. I'm gonna go with somebody who actually I was very down on when they first showed their Overwatch League debut. But however, I've drastically changed course with my view on them. I'm gonna say Cleston. This is somebody who I think, knowing at least some of like tertiary details, you know, listening to the devs talk, listening to, you know, some of the tank rumblings and you know, Yiska's report. I do think that flex tanks and in general are probably going to dominate, let's say, the play time this year. And he was somebody that just on like early review of, I don't even know if it was last season. It may have been, I'm not sure. But he was definitely, Cleston was somebody who was like stand out in their performance and was like drastically opposed to like his go chase Corey around the map, you know, antics on London in like what, 2020? It feels like, I don't know, the play gears kind of run together for me. So forgive me if that's wrong. But yeah, I really think that Cleston probably deserves to be on a team. There's some other honorable mentions, but yeah. I'd give a shout to Cleston for sure.
I think
shout out to Hoagies for pointing that out.
I think
you helped me with that one. So
other honorable mentions by the same idea that we had with Moth are probably Sado, are probably Iko, who still had pretty solid performances overall, right? Like through the entire situation, right? So yeah, I don't know. Like these are definitely players that we can think about. I'm not sure if there's any Contenders Korea talent that I could think of, but generally, like the Overwatch League has been pretty good about like, you know, just taking the most out of that region while neglecting other regions. I'm also not on the ball enough to know about NA if there was anyone else.
I think Luke Mino was like a good shout. I think like the progenitor of this award, like even just talking prior to the show to kind of peek behind the curtain. Sado was somebody who kind of like was the, you know, start of this. It's like, where is Sado? Another name, like, where is Ameng? Like,
yeah,
yes, like it's difficult to warrant maybe like a ball specialist with not much else under the hood. But when you look at a team like maybe the Valiant, where they still have to fill out some of their roster, right? Officially, they have DA Innovation, Becky Coldest Lengsa. Is Wu Yao playing? Are the reports true? What's going on? Like, where's this going to fit? I feel like you need at least some representation when it comes to like main tanks. And I feel like Ameng does a lot of good for that team in particular. So it's like, why is he kind of sitting on the outskirts when there are teams that probably could use him?
Yeah.
Even in creative ways.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, no.
Hey, you can still see my camera, right?
Okay, now we can see you. We can also hear you, but it doesn't sound like you're coming through your microphone.
Hello?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, this works. Nice.
The seamless transition from phone to desktop, that was actually pretty impressive.
I opened up my phone. I was like, I'm just gonna call in. Like, you guys gonna call?
Caller.
Nice.
Sorry, where were you guys at? I interrupted.
Kind of like mulling over honorable mentions. I shouted out Cleston. Honorable mentions thus far have been Sato, EQO, and I mentioned Ameng as potential outside shot.
Yeah, all pretty good. I want to mention Ben Best actually, because he actually said, I also confirmed this because I went to a stream recently. He actually said that he received an offer this year for a team, but it fell through due to visa issues.
Aye.
And I think last year as well, he got screwed by visa. He said he couldn't join a team because of a visa issue. So it's 2 years in a row now. Really upsetting. The interesting thing about what he said, though, and he said this publicly on a stream, so I might as well. I assume it's fine to repeat here because he's already said it on a stream in front of 300 people. So fuck it. Everyone thinks he got an offer from, like, I don't know, maybe Paris or some NA team. He actually got an offer from an APAC team. So one of the 7 teams playing on APAC, actually gave Ben Best an offer that fell through because of visa issues.
Huh?
That's crazy.
Wait, who could it be? Is it like?
I mean, I feel like there's one
Philly?
obvious team. No.
Philly, Guangzhou.
Yeah, I feel like it's the Charge.
But the Charge doesn't have Western players anymore, right?
Charge, not only do they not have Western players, they re-signed their tank duo. There is no space for a third tank on that team.
Yeah.
Unless you want to be stupid like the Spark. Spark already have 3 tanks.
Was this maybe like so early on that like
Guys, it's clearly Sol. He was going to get there, but then Smurf took his spot.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's it blew my mind. I was like, I double checked.
Crazy. That is
I'm like, are you sure? Like, you're definitely an Asian APAC team? He's like, yeah. I'm like, holy fuck. He was either going to be in China or Korea this year, apparently. So that's what he said. That's what he said.
Can only be Philly, right?
I can't imagine unless there was like a divide in like the road for Philly where they're like, we're not sure if we're going to do the T1 route or we're not sure if we're going to bring back some of the Western players. So let's see what the visa situations are like,
What they did is they got rid of Christopher and Funny Astro and EQO, and then they just got Ben Best. They got rid of everybody that was Western, then just decided to get Ben Best. I don't know.
Is Valiant crazy enough to do this?
That's a no-hill question. I don't know.
There's no hill crazy.
Because they're lacking tanks, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think that could potentially be a no-hill play. I wouldn't set it to 0% chance. Jesus. That's a spicy one. Oh.
That's one that flew under the radar. That's my scoop of the day.
For sure.
How's that for journalism?
That is a good one.
I got a fucking scoop.
Look at you interviewing players as well in Jinmu.
Yeah, I interviewed Jinmu recently.
True.
So I'm getting there. I'm getting some scoops. Anyway, whose turn is it? Is it mine?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay,
Last one.
The final of the regular awards.
Yes.
Is the Decarry Award, which, as the name would suggest, is based on the player Decay, who carried the fuck out of both Washington and Dallas. Maybe Lads, not too sure. We'll just say Dallas and Washington at various points of his career. So this award goes to the player that has the most oversized performance in context to their team's overall expectational performance. So basically, a player that completely outplays and outshines the expectation of the team. So they are, in some ways, you could say it's like the best player on a bad team, but I don't think it's as simple as that.
No.
I think it's a player that is putting up a huge performance that brings their team up to a level that wouldn't be possible unless this guy was omega hard carrying, right? Is what I'm saying. Almost like the Decarry Zarya, playoffs run from 2020, where Washington probably don't get anywhere close to that if Decarry doesn't go full Decarry mode.
Right.
So, now I have to think of a player because I'd had a player, but the problem is, as I was making the description, I'm like, fuck, does my guy fit that bill though? Does my guy fit that bill or not? I'm gonna say, I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna stick to it and I'll explain. The Decarry Award from me goes to Checkmate. Because I've said already that I think Florida are a very slept-on team. I think they can actually have a good performance. And if they do, I expect someone like Checkmate to lead the way. This guy has mad potential. I've seen what he can do in contenders. And all the people that underrate him haven't seen what he can do in contenders. The reason why I know he's capable of this is because he comes from that Oz Gaming roster. That same fucking Oz Gaming roster that Skewed and Friday and who was the other one? Was another one, was there? Basically, you know what? You know the one I'm talking about. It's the roster that like really should have no success. Really should just be like getting Omega rolled, but for some reason, just for some reason, people picked them up. People picked up players from this team. And I've seen players like Checkmate completely outperform, and is part of the reason, they don't win. They clearly sucked and they didn't win, but Checkmate still unbelievably carried this team at various points and did super well, despite them just getting rolled repeatedly. They went 0-4 in their group in Contender Season 2 Korea. And if you actually look across their team, there's some good names on this team somehow. You have Skewed, Develop, Zest, Checkmate. 4 players on this team. And Friday, who made the league, who did fucking nothing. This team was garbage. Absolute garbage team. And yet somehow their individuals were like kind of insane. And one of those insane individuals is Checkmate. And I've seen this guy carry the fuck out of a team that really had no business doing anything.
That's a good one. I'm very excited to see Checkmate actually in his element, not playing second fiddle to somebody like Yaki, who, let's face it, probably isn't gonna see much bench time. Yiska, did you have a name that you wanted to kind of throw out there? Okay, go ahead, take it.
I think there's one correct answer, and you're going to hate it because it's not going to hurt your soul. For third season in a row, it's going to be. It's not for the third season in a row that this player will do it, but for a third season in a row, his team will underperform their potential. In order for them to get anything done, this guy needs to carry the fuck out of this team, and it's going to be Shy.
Oh, okay.
And as soul-shattering as it is that this guy once again needs to put on his carry pants and drag this team of corpses over the finish line that are actually luxury corpses, and none of them should be bad. They somehow still will be, competing probably against the Valiant in a harsh battle over the season. And if they get past the Valiant, it's probably because Shy is monstering the opposition. So my pick is Shy.
I can test that a little bit because I think Hangzhou's roster on paper is much better than Valiant's roster on paper.
Sure.
Probably undervalues Alpha Yi on that team a little bit as well, because I think Alpha Yi's got a lot. This guy can come in with a lot of firepower.
Yeah, definitely somebody who I rate pretty high. Much in the same way I thought you were gonna go with this player when you were kind of building that up. Somebody who I think comes from a team who woefully has seen a lot of turmoil over these last few seasons, and is finally coming back to the league after being held in visa jail. My shout is Shockwave for the Vancouver Titans. I think they're going to lean on him quite a lot this season, and he's going to need to be, much like you're kind of prescribing to Shy, this spearhead, the sword of the Vancouver Titans to actually get things done. Yes, you have somebody like Aspire, but is what we saw last season what we can expect? And is there anything more under the hood that we can actually see? Yes, he can play Tracer. He played it on a fantastic, at a pretty high level on a team that, was kind of all over the place. I expect Shockwave to be doing a lot of the flexing around, the adapting, the kind of the glue piece, but to a very, very high degree. So yeah, I'm going to say Shockwave is going to be decarrying the Titans.
Honorable mention from me goes to Choi Sik-hwan from Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah.
Because, again, not a lot of huge expectations for this team. And Choi, I think last year already fell into this role. He would have been a Decarry title contender last year as well, next to Shy. Yeah. As both these Joe teams, they were the best players on their respective Joe teams. And Choi Sik-hwan, given that Guangzhou is mostly the same team, I have high expectations that he will be a player that heavily outperforms his own team's expectation and kind of drag his team across the line if required, because he already did that last year. So he'd be my honorable mention.
Mm-hmm.
Any other Decarries?
Just say Pelican.
I mean,
Just say Pelican on that
yeah,
one.
that's not. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're not wrong. I mean, I like it. The Houston Outlaws. Is this weird to think? This is coming off the dome. This feels like a legitimate, definitive hot take for me. Do the Outlaws feel like the spark of NA?
Nah.
They have a lot of luxury pieces, but I don't see this team doing all that great.
I think that won't be that bad. They were quite good last year. I think they probably generally upgraded. I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, they were quite good and still missed playoffs. Yeah, they were a top 5 team. Yeah, get the memes out. Lol, bunker, get the bike helmet. But, bro, they lost to the Justice.
Justice? Yeah, hang on a second. Does Decay get to win his own award?
Yes. Or that's an honorable mention for sure. You have to.
Win his own award or not?
I guess you kind of have to.
You kind of have to.
Yeah.
Decay doesn't even get to win the Decarry Award anymore. Imagine that. Imagine a world where that happens. Oh, God. See, I understand if Skewed is not allowed to win his own award because everyone now rates Skewed quite highly. So,
yeah,
by definition, he can't win his own award. But Decay surely could win his own award again.
Yeah, I mean, Justice. Do we expect him to be fantastic? I don't know. We'll see.
I wouldn't put Decay high on priority. I would still put some of our other picks. We'll see. Decay has the capability to be that guy. So moving on.
I'm almost very close to being toxic, dude. I kind of want to say Yaki.
That was
gonna be average, and then Yaki's gonna be that force of nature carrying them through.
Maybe, but it's hard to say.
You think Yaki's gonna be the tugboat pulling this cargo ship along?
I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that, but maybe, but that's definitely the least likely of all the names mentioned. I still think it's going to be Shy. Glista is also a good one. Yeah, probably over Yaki, actually.
Yeah.
My boy, all alone. Even though I will say, Naga didn't have bad performances last year, right?
Naga was actually pretty good. I was genuinely impressed.
Yeah, he was. His Echo did a lot of work for that team.
Oh, yeah. Echo, Farah, Decarry wasn't horrible.
Nah, I think, maybe on second thought, maybe Glista won't be that. Because, I've been waiting for, the Glista Grand Pop-Off to take his place as, a top 5 DPS in the league, as his talent should allow him to, but he just hasn't been able to. And I kind of have to stop being a believer here. I gotta face the facts,
I think Dia on Valiant. I still think Valiant are likely bottom in APAC, even though I think they've made gigantic improvements. Don't get me wrong. This is a team that are gonna win games. But can they escape 7th place? And I think if they are, Dia is gonna be a big factor, right? So I put Dia on that honorable mention as well. There's actually a lot of honorable mentions, to be fair with you. We've named quite a few players. So, should we get into the big boy categories now?
Yeah.
All right. These have to be done in the specific order they're
Order.
listed in. So you
Yes.
have to do these. And maybe a little bit of explanation for the specific what do you call it? The specific
Caveats.
context, caveats, context behind it as well.
Mm.
Cool. All right. Who's going? Who's doing
I'll take it. I'll take the first of the 3 major
It's
awards.
special. I'm gonna play the music again. You're allowed to start.
Fair enough. The 2020 Crouchies would not be possible if not for our 2022 graduating rookie class. And the standout among them will be crowned Rookie of the Year probably sometime in the fall of this year. I don't know when. We don't know. Just, sit tight and quit your bitching, okay? Like, we'll get there. Many Rookies of the Years have gone on to do massively great things. And this year, I don't suspect that that will change very much, as the Crouchies Rookie of the Year for 2022
At the caveat.
is not proper. We all agree that we're not going to choose proper because that's just a little too easy. I'm going to go with Aprita for the Chengdu Hunters.
Okay. So I'll explain a little further about the process. So we all it probably is going to be. We all would pick proper. It probably is going to be proper.
It's just too easy.
We've made this award a little bit more difficult because otherwise it's just going to be all 3 of us picking proper.
Yeah.
So of the players that are most likely could get it that are not called proper, Joe's gone with Aprita, and now he's going to explain Aprita.
Yes. I mean, this is the plug and play carry for the Chengdu Hunters that have, been woefully absent. That has been woefully absent when you look at last season. Yeah, is it Taro Cookie? No. Is it Jimmy? No. Jinmu barely got it over the finish line for all his misgivings in some areas. You can't clone Leave, so the second best is to take this, team chaser prodigy that they've kind of stole from Flag Gaming. I mean, stole's a little strong. Let's face it. Like, it was
I'm sure they paid money. I'm sure there's a fee.
I'm certainly hoping so. Because, I mean, he deserves it. An incredibly talented player. Him and Monk come with some synergy from their time on Flag, and is like the perfect, pairing. The Robin to Leave's Batman, if you will, right? Like, this is the duo that Chengdu need and that the Overwatch League deserves, and that's why he's going to be the Rookie of the Year who isn't rhyme with Hopper. I don't know. Yeah. My humor's not great, folks.
We'll give the next one to Yiska because I have better context on the rookie, so it'll make it easier for Yiska here.
I'm going to pick one of yours again, and you're going to hate me for it.
It's fine. I got a long list of them, so.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, actually, am I going to... No. I'm going to steal one of yours.
Again, I'm okay with that. I have a long list of them, so go on.
My choice of Rookie of the Year that won't be proper is going to be MN3. Now, that's a dude that I think a lot of people just have an idea that this is, of course, like a crack kid, definitely a little bit in the shadow of proper. But it's weird because it feels like it shouldn't be by a lot. It's also on a team that probably is going to be fairly underrated. It is going to be hard becoming Rookie of the Year unless you're on a team that does pretty well, which is a risk I'm willing to take here because I generally thought Philly to not be as good this year. Maybe I will eat crow with that take, though, because I feel like MN3 could even be a nominee for one of the prior awards. But just maybe Philly is good enough to not make him a person for the Decarry Award. I think generally speaking, like that's a dude that in any other year where it isn't proper, we would think of him like a rookie talent like Pelican. In that he's just like the clearly one of the elite people coming into the season. And as much as Pelican was overshadowed in coming into the Overwatch League by coexisting with proper, it's sort of, it's not a coexistence, but it's like a co-emergence of MN3 coming into the league in the same year as Proper, but it probably shouldn't, like, we're talking not enough about this kid. So hence why, if I can't pick Proper, it has to be MN3.
Okay. And now I'm gonna dig into my bag
Oh, shit.
of huge list of rookies I'm gonna pick from. Get ready.
Oh, at random.
Oh, that's advertisements. Pay us.
Yeah, if we land a fucking
you go.
McDonald's. Oh,
Envelope.
Oh,
it's got an envelope. Oh my god. In the winner.
they have those at McDonald's, dude?
And the winner is from my, and I'm not gonna copy anyone else because there's enough rookies for me to choose from. Is Stalker from Soul Dynasty.
Good shout.
Because there's a real shot this guy could get playtime this year. Like seriously, it will be hard for him to fit in against Prophet and Fitz. This is more of an outside pick. It will heavily depend on how much playtime he gets.
Right.
Heavily depend. And he is one of those guys. Actually, this guy he would have been an easy winner of the Decarry Award. Looking at contenders, obviously he's not going to be for Soul when they're stacked and they're expected to do well. That's just not the case. But if he on Gen G, he is like the literal Decarry of contenders on Gen G, a team that just utterly fails, but this guy is just unreal on that team. Yeah, I think Stalker's got a lot to play through. He is a very cracked rookie, but his team is very stacked as well, which is both good and bad. Because good meaning that his team will likely do well, have good results. And typically these awards, MVP, Rookie of the Year, blah, 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 they go to players on teams that have good results. So Chengdu would have to do well. Fusion would probably have to do well, I would have to say, for this to go to them. I think we have a history of Rookie of the Year going to players that have had good performances, right? Sorry, have been on teams with the good performances, starting with Jonak. Wait, was Jonak? No, there was no Rookie that year.
It was Hoxall.
It was Rookie. Yeah, so that Titans, really good team. Alarm. Fusion did well in, was it 2020 that he got it? Fusion did well in 2020. That was probably one of their best years that wasn't coming second in the grand finals, right? Because they actually went to finals for some of the stages and Alarm was cracked. Pelican, Atlanta, second place. So when I combine the factors of like what team is likely to pop off and have good results, and then who is a rookie on that team that could also pop off and have good results, to me it lands on somebody like Stalker, but only if he gets playtime. That's the asterisk. That is a big fucking asterisk because I don't know how much playtime he'll get, but if he does get playtime, I think he will do well. All right. No honorable mentions for this one because time is an issue. This is already going to be a 4-hour episode. So next up, I'm sure there's a lot of rookies on the list, guys, that we could mention, but we're just going to move on anyway. MVP. I guess Yiska will do the MVP.
There are a few chosen players who will leave their mark on a season, who leave a stamp on how this game is generally played and understood to be played, who define metas, who defy metas, and who generally figure out Overwatch at a level that was previously unprecedented. Now, for my choice of MVP, I'm going to defy my own principles that I've set up through the other awards. And I'm going to say, Proper.
And Dutch! And now set.
Sorry. Proper.
Okay.
You are really bad at this.
I am.
Continue.
I am. I mean, yeah. Let's be honest. Like, it's almost we feel like we need to counter jerk to a degree, right? Like, when everyone's just like super hyped, like people in our position are just like, you know, we are actually smugly more correct than you guys are. Nah. I think the hype is pretty warranted for this kid. I think it stands to reason that the that the San Francisco Shock are going to be a major player coming into the next season. I think they have upgraded big time with that squad. I think Krusty has something to prove to himself. I think he's pretty good about finding out stuff about the game, as evidenced with his Season 3 victory. I think there's a lot to be said about this kid. I think he understands what he has in him. This is just like, this has to be like your story, and the only reason why this won't work is that either the Shock don't hit, or I will say there has been a ongoing trend where like monsters are not hitting in year 1. And I hope he doesn't fall into the Mag category, because Mag was sort of like Proper last year in terms of the hype that we perceive for him. Proper is definitely like probably an order of magnitude higher.
Still above, yeah, 100%.
Like Mag was the most looked forward to rookie, and while I don't think he shit the bed, he wasn't able to like be transformational for his team, right? So
it comes down to how much do you trust Krusty, right? How much do you trust Krusty to keep his team together and to develop Proper into an MVP?
Now, I feel like with all those O2 guys coming in and knowing the previous connection from Krusty to that team, it feels like a Moon moment. Where he now he has been investing in that team. He has already reaped a little bit by getting Violet. Now he has brought all the systems together. And like, while I don't know for sure how much influence he had on Proper's career, it still feels like there's something coming together. And now is where we could theoretically see the magnum opus created. Nice. So we'll see, but Proper is probably the highest probability for me.
I got one, unless you want to go.
I mean, I have one as well that isn't named Proper. But I think we may be overlapping personally.
Really?
It's possible. I think I may have a pattern here.
I have a backup. Do you have a backup?
I don't, but I can come up with one. I'm not.
If you don't have a backup, you should probably go first.
All right. So, to kind of give a disclaimer, or maybe even a foreshadowing of who I think will end up winning the league, I have a triple crown, personally. You can glean from that what you will, because I think this year's MVP is going to be Leave.
Oh my God.
Leave again? The back-to-back? The two-time?
Back-to-back. The two-time and the triple crown for me. And I think the other two know, I think maybe
what would be what's the third crown?
Well, if there's 3 major, awards we're giving out today, and I've already said Aprita is going to be rookie, and I say Leave's going to be MVP, there's only one more award to give out.
Oh my God. Oh. Shut up.
Oh. Keep going.
Just saying.
Spoilers. Oh yeah, this is too many spoilers.
Yeah, hey,
keep going.
Not spoiling a thing. I think based on how much I rate Chengdu and how much I rate Leave personally, right? This is somebody who like statistically defied logic. Like, this kid's nuts. This kid's cracked, and he's been cracked since fucking the Asia premiere in like God knows how long in MY, right? Like, we've been singing this kid's praises for years, and it's finally coming to fruition that like he's a different breed. He is a different beast. I wouldn't be surprised.
Still different.
Yeah. As much as that's a cliche meme at this point, it fits like a glove, and he might as well wear it. I don't see
abnormally. Alternatively,
very much so. Leave is going to repeat his performance and probably do. You're talking about orders of magnitude. I think he's going to do like a level up than what he was doing last year, right? Like, I think this is going to be different.
I actually have a different answer, so I get to still do my first pick, which is fantastic. I'm gonna bring the envelope. So for all the big awards, I'm gonna use the envelope. And definitely, I'm definitely not pulling out a receipt from an envelope with what did I buy on this receipt? I'm curious. And the winner of my Crouchie Award for MVP of the year goes to Hanbin from the Dallas Field.
Holy shit.
That made you cough. That was so good at
He
Medjikov.
finally gets a fucking award. Shout out Honbin.
Reason why is I think this is a huge year for tank players. Obviously, we're going down to one tank. Major impact for tank players overall. Dallas is already a great team. I was going to say low-key. It's not even low-key. Like, Dallas is just one of the favorites for the year because they were so fucking good last year. Like, why would they not be? They're super flexible as a team. Have a lot of different options. They've made upgrades. Chio's better than Jixa. So I do believe that this team has huge momentum to get a high result again. So take that, people who think I'm a Dallas hater. I think your team is one of the best teams. And I think one of your players is going to be MVP this year. And as we all know, I decide who the MVP is. So if I'm saying it now, then he's basically already won. Just have to wait for the tweet. The tweet really sends it home. Once I've made the tweet about who I think MVP is, that's when the player, like, you might as well give him the trophy right there. So Hanbin, the reason why I say Hanbin is because I think tank's going to be obviously super important this year. And tank gameplay, I think the tank diff is probably going to be more apparent this year than any year because there's no off tank. Tanks are more, we can only assume based on knowledge that we know and based on the fact that you can pretty easily gleam into the fact that if you only have one tank, your one tank better be fucking good. Tanks are going to be so important and they're going to be big playmakers. You got Doomfist now, that's a tank that can just punch in and out and do some crazy shit. Your tank player needs to be fucking good and needs to gap the other tanks. And it's going to be more obvious this year when you see tank gaps than any other year in the league. I promise you that. That's my honest opinion. And if I'm wrong, if tanks cannot easily gap other tanks and it's not obviously visible, then Overwatch has failed as a game to really show itself off properly as a game because you've failed the tank role. You have failed the tank role. If this is the year that you still cannot get big enough performances from tank that they are like front and center in attention.
Holy shit! You just captured my soul with that explanation.
Limelight is on the tanks this year, 100%. And I think the best tank player is going to get MVP. And I think the best tank player right now is Hanbin. No shit.
Yeah.
I cap you not. I cap you not. I think the best tank player in the world is Hanbin. And I think automatically best tank is going to get MVP this year. That's why I pick Hanbin.
Okay.
That's a great pick, dude. The thing is, if I didn't say proper, I actually had someone else in mind. And I feel like it's long time coming. Bro, someone's like, he's too good. Lip's too special, man. Like, Lip's gotta get it some of these days, right? We're not going to not have a player of his caliber not have an MVP
he's
or whatever.
Leonardo DiCaprio chasing the Oscar.
Isn't he? Like, this is like...
He's got the Golden Globe. He's got the playoffs MVP already, right? He's got the BAFTA. He's still looking for the Oscar.
It's like... And I hope he doesn't get it for like a movie like as good, not great as The Revenant was, you know? Like when the MVPs catch like their
Shanghai
MVP season,
yeah.
when they actually weren't like the best. It's the worst when it's like, oh yeah, Lip kind of deserves one, man. We have snubbed him, but like there's some other guy on his team who's like super cracked and you're not giving it to him because Lip now deserves it on some dumb shit. No, I think like Lip is very special in what he's able to do. Like, God forbid if this kid is being let loose as a tracer from what we've seen as well. I don't know, like, Shanghai is once again one of the teams that could definitely get in there. I think it was a very good argument for him last year. I think he has to be in pole position, still hungry to get it. I think Lip is probably also one of the guys, but I felt very touched by your explanation of Hanbin because that makes a lot of sense to me as well.
I have thought about it a lot. And to be clear, I was not going to pick proper or leave. So I got my number one pick with no exception. Hanbin is my number one pick with no exception. At the moment, I haven't fucking seen anyone play the game yet. So I'm spitballing right now. So don't give him the trophy just yet. That 100K, you might want to just keep that in the bank for now until we see some gameplay. Don't give him the trophy before we've started a single fucking game or anything. But I'm looking at him, I've got the goggles out. I've got the telescope out and I can see it. I can see it.
Right.
Okay. Last category. The song is running out, so I'm not gonna delay too long here. So, final category is going to be Team of the Year or the championship team of the 2022 season. The team most likely to win. Apparently, we've decided to say not Shanghai. Or, I don't know. I don't know if we were all gonna say Shanghai. I think we've somewhat. I don't know if we want to keep that or not, but we mentioned in the notes that it wasn't going to be Shanghai because apparently we would all go for it. So I guess I'm not choosing Shanghai. The team that I think has the best chance of winning this year, their roster looks cracked. They look ready to go. They look, shake and baked and nothing to really hold them back. No obvious glares, no obvious weaknesses. Strong in all positions. Strong in the staff role as well. And have proven themselves to have a lot of excellence. So without further ado, I'm going to open the envelope while the drum roll is going. And the winner is, if it wasn't obvious already, the Dallas Fuel. Because, we gotta clap quickly. Gotta do the applause. And because their team is already cracked, they've already proven they have what it takes to make it super deep from last year's run. Third place, maybe you replay that Atlanta match a few times. I could see them beating Atlanta. You play that match 10 times. I could see them beating Atlanta maybe 7 out of 10 times or 6 out of 10 times if you want to be more charitable to Atlanta. Yeah, I think they will. I think they that's not some fucking copium. And again, people think I'm a Dallas hater. It's not some fucking. Huh?
I'll grant you that. Now explain how they beat Shanghai.
Well, you've told me I can't pick Shanghai.
Right. I forgot about that.
So that's how they beat Shanghai. Because you can't pick them. So there you go. That's your answer. I've already mentioned that I think the MVP is on this team as well.
Yes.
Their DPS line is covered.
Yeah.
Granted, not a lot of hype behind Edison or Guerrero, but hey, no reason to doubt Rush is what I'm trying to say. Rush, I feel like he knows what he's doing. I feel like this guy, if Rush wants to put a player on his team, I feel like he's doing it for a reason.
Yeah.
Because the other thing is, Dallas are not the type of team that struggle to get players. I'm sure any Korean player would love to join Dallas, or just any player generally, Western or Korean or what. So it's not like, it's not like they shopped around and like, oh, all these like fantastic rookies or good players just like, nah, I don't want to be on Dallas. They would fucking love to be on Dallas. Pay well, really good team, great coaching staff. Why the fuck would you not want to be on Dallas? It's like a dream team. But if Rush, so given that understanding, Rush has the pick of the litter, and if he's choosing Edison and Guri, he's done it for a reason. I don't know what it is, but he's done it for a reason, and I can trust that personally. So I give Rush my benefit of the doubt there. Coach of the year from last year. Even you're allowed to think it's a bit of a Mickey Mouse award, but I think he proved himself over the metas of what he's capable of doing as a coach. They've plugged up the holes. Fearless Harmon still cracked. Chio Fielder. Chio's an upgrade over Jixa. Fielder's still cracked. Chio is actually also really good, by the way. One of the O2 supports that is really highly rated. Still have Doha Sparkle. I mean, all the pieces that worked last year are still there, and then they've just plugged in the gaps. So I don't see weaknesses on this team, on either the roster or the staff members. That's why they get my vote.
Yeah. Joe, you want me to go?
Yeah.
This is a hard one, dude. I'm gonna be honest, like the runner-up, like the reason we shouldn't say Shanghai is because last year we said we shouldn't. Jesus Christ, I'm having a stroke. We shouldn't say Shock because they got back-to-back wins and it felt like, okay, that's the easy one, right? Like, you shouldn't go with that one. I feel like, given the dominance that Shanghai had last year, like it's going to be the obvious one. And it would be my pick. Most definitely, was I allowed to pick a team. Now, given that I remember that I'm not allowed to pick another team, I'm going with a Shock. Now, as I am like
Triple crown, baby.
Triple crown, baby. As I'm explaining, like, I feel like a lot is coming together with the Shock. They have clearly, like, had had this system running for a while. They've like bought into the O2 system. A lot of the players, it's not just proper, man. It's like they got a lot of the good guys generally from contenders. I think some of them will just probably not play a big role. Looking at Sam specifically, I don't think like that's a player we're going to see a lot. I hope he doesn't get tired to the same degree. But in general, this roster, Jesus Christ, is it stacked, right? I think we can expect like great performances from everyone. The one question I have is like towards their tank role, but I'm not overly concerned there. I think this is the season where Super can like really entrench himself in the Hall of Fame for Overwatch, like certainly first ballot. I think he has shown to be crazy flexible in that ability as well. Having had a wide range of heroes he can play and roles. I think that's sort of going to be required here. I think the retirement of Choi is a big hit, but not one that they can't overcome. And overall, I think like after 2 victories, you're probably running on fumes for motivation. If you lose it then and don't make it to a Y once, and I'm not counting when I'm saying like not to a Y once, like playoffs are gimme, come on.
Yeah.
Like they now are hungry again, especially with so many new players. They exchanged a bunch of players, all of them wanting something to prove. Arguably, in my opinion, the best coach at their disposal. This team is going to pop. And I think, like, if you can't say Shanghai, the highest probability of making it second is probably going to be the Shock.
Interesting.
Krusty versus Rush versus Moon.
There you go.
That's a battle.
That is a battle. That is a heavyweight fight that I think I may spend $60 to pay per view.
So now that Joe's about to say his pick, it's going to be Krusty versus Rush versus Moon versus. Oh wait,
that isn't. Yeah.
So who's your pick? Who's your pick going?
I mean that is a fair criticism of this team. However, I think I can Brazilian jiu-jitsu my way out of this maybe. But yes, if my ballot has a triple crown in the major awards, I have a Prita winning Rookie of the Year based on Chengdu's performance. I have Leave winning, MVP of the season based on Chengdu's performance. Is it too outside the chance or the realm of possibility to see Chengdu as the eventual winners of the inaugural season of Overwatch 2? Now, let me sell you this bill, okay? One of the big downfalls, one of the big pitfalls last year for Chengdu was that dedicated hit scan tracer DPS that they just did not have. We talked about this. We talked about Aprita, right? Not only is he filling a massive gap, they really haven't shed any talent, right? You're still getting Monk, fantastic flex DPS. You're still getting 2 of the best main supports in the league. You still have Gaga. You still have Nisha. You still have Yvetel on a 2-way, but regardless, right? Like this team has not only retained most of their solid pieces, but they've also added a glue that brings it all together. And it kind of, at least on, from the outside looking in, it doesn't look like it has too many holes just in terms of a roster. On top of that, right, you have Jay Field coming in as an assistant coach, right? I think he's shown a pedigree with London in season 1. He's shown a pedigree prior to that with GZ Busan. I'll double check that, make sure I'm not speaking out of my ass. No, was he Kongdu? Yeah, he was a GC Busan Kongdu. Okay, yeah, I'm right. He's a championship winning coach. Like he has what it takes to win major titles. I think he brings that mindset to this team. On top of that, yes, Ray's not here anymore. That is a blow. However, in the assumed, and I'm assuming here, the assumed head coach role, I'm guessing is probably Creed, if I'm going to be honest, somebody who has not only played under Ray, going back to MY, but has had other coaching experiences going back to the Charge. I think he's going to still bring that air of creativity that Ray has kind of established with this team to kind of think maybe outside the box, maybe utilize Jinmu, maybe try to flex, leave around to maybe even be role fluid. maybe even playing some of these flex tanks if Gaga kind of is struggling in some ways. I have a sneaking suspicion that this team is going to come out in front with some odd stuff, much in the same way that maybe Rush has in the West, and is going to kind of take the league by storm using a lot of the things that Ray established with this team. So yeah, in all of my confidence, I think this is Chengdu Bob era. This is the era of the Panda, and I think, you know, outside of the Shanghai Dragons, whom I would have also picked, I'm gonna say Chengdu Hunters wins. Yes, Yiska.
Can I? Chinese fans, I plead to you. Don't fall for this man. Don't take his hope. He's extending
his
hope.
brain.
He's extending hope to you in order to seduce you, right? He wants to be the guy in the right window frame to you guys.
No, he's a brother on the far right.
Not the lower right, the far right.
Brother on the far right.
This is a little too dark for me.
Don't take the bait. He's known to do this. It won't be backed up. Look at the evidence. It is Chengdu in an uneven season. Ooh. Look at the evidence.
Oh.
It's Chengdu in a
season.
season without Ray. Ooh. It's Chengdu in a season where APAC is once again like everyone's gearing up, and this team might very easily fall below mid-tier. Yes, Aprita is coming in, but come on, man. So much is changing. Don't look at how stacked everyone else is. It's still Shanghai, dude. They didn't lose any key players there. Yeah, Aprita is good, but Jinmu was too. Don't take the hope. Resist. Stay strong.
I hate that you leverage superstition, because I feel like that's just so clippable and shareable. It's just like, hey, you know, I think he's right. This is an off year. If I can rebuttal this, right? This is a team last year. You talk about Shanghai. Do we need to go back to week 1 where Chengdu absolutely throttled the eventual winners?
Come on, man. No.
Do we need to go back to how many times they proved specifically you wrong? You know, Mr. Oh, LA's telling me that Chengdu is gonna...
How many titles? Tell me how many titles they have. Show it with your hand. Show me the number.
0.
Oh, there you go.
That changes this season.
Oh.
Rally behind me, Chengdu stands, and APAC aficionados, Chinese fans, whoever you want to claim yourself, whatever territory you claim. The Chengdu Hunters are changing that this year. They may not even win a stage title. They may not even win the midseason invitational. But they are coming for the throne. They're coming for Moon. They're coming for Rush. There's going to be a new coach on the scene. If they appoint a head coach at some point. Maybe the Chinese fans can actually shed some light on that, because I'm actually kind of curious.
This is pure hopium.
It might just be Creed. They might just promote Creed.
I'm kind of that's who I'm guessing is promoted. That's kind of who I'm hoping.
I do think Jay Field is good though. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I just assume he is because he came from Shanghai and they did well. But who knows?
I mean,
at
he
the
comes
end
from
of the day.
Shanghai. Like, look, this kid's got like Jay Field. I mean, it's not even fair to call him a kid. Like, that feels disrespectful. Like, GC Busan, Cloud9 Kongdu, London in season 1. Yes, London in season 2, without a doubt. Like, you can't have the positive without the negatives. And then he goes to Shanghai. Like, he has a track record of being successful no matter where he goes. Or on the flip side of that, at least successful teams like him enough to want to bring him back along, right? I look at this Chengdu team. Yes, they're missing Ray. They have so much to offer. They have so much going for them in their style, in a brand new environment. I really do think that Chengdu have a great shot at winning.
This is sucky.
No cap.
Yeah, they could be. I think they have great players. We'll see if Gaga can handle it as
Yes.
covering everything. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we did see them falter. I get that sour taste in my mouth from playoffs last year. It just kind of fucked my whole expectation and
It was their meta, dude.
sort of-
Still couldn't do it.
Huh?
It was their meta. Still couldn't do it.
Yeah,
With
but
Ray?
they choked. They choked, and they had Ray as well. And they choked. I don't know. Like, maybe it was Yveltal. Maybe it was some other issues. Maybe it was a combination of things. But they played super well during the year. Great meta for them, and they still choked. And I just can't shake that. Like, it just still bothers me.
Wait, Okay, to loop back to the whole like title discussion, have we not like barked the narrative that Glads nearly did not win?
Yeah.
What?
Chengdu probably could have won that match versus Glads.
Chengdu, like, yes,
100%.
they have not won. Well, you can't take you. This is not like a twisting of the words, but like we also in that same way can't say that they almost didn't win if not for an absolutely astronomical outplay from Shu. Right? You look at that match flow, you look at that game kind of script. When we've talked about this, Glads are likely, they're probably in the low percentile of actually turning that fight around and winning.
And then what happens?
And then if game script goes as normal, Chengdu wins that game and wins a title. So it's not like they're out of the realm of possibility. Are you?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Season 8. Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
I was in playoffs for some reason, which makes no sense. Yes. Okay.
So when you look at that conversation, it's not that they couldn't. They didn't, of course. 100%. Shu comes out, he makes the play, they lose. It's a wrap. Gladiators win. They get a W. But is it that far out of the realm of possibility to say that Chengdu maybe doesn't even squeak in there? Maybe squeaks in a couple titles this year. Is that change your mind at all if they can?
There's no stage 4 anymore where the two best teams care less.
True. I mean,
right.
yeah, you're not wrong.
So we have time for a quick speed round.
Quick speed round.
I actually don't have time for it, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
Because how close are we to 4 hours? We can make 4 hours. We're gonna do. I told you it was gonna be a double episode. Jesus Christ, you didn't believe me. Get off the fence. GTFO.
Yes.
Give us a quick one, just so we satisfied the sidebar.
So anybody who wants to be a part of the show and submit their question for Get Off the Fence, go on over to patreon.com/tacticalcrouch. Any level of patronage will get you grant you access to our magical Discord, and where you can ask questions, and just be sure to tag me or just leave a denotation that this is a question for the show, and I will add it to the list. Some quick ones. Oh jeez. Get Off the Fence from RD from Discord. This was actually pretty big, but we're gonna speedrun it. What is your ideal competitive scene for Overwatch? LOL style regional leagues, tournament circuits, or some other structure? Yes, I'm guessing maybe some like open circuit probably could be thrown in there as well.
My man is like, oh, let's do a short one, and then brings the box of Pandora and cracks that open with a.
Yeah, this is definitely a long one, but we're only at 3:26 apparently, so there's 34 minutes left of content left to go.
Okay.
I'm sure we can do this in 34 minutes.
For the lack of to not drag this out too much, I'm gonna just say Apex. I personally will always
Apex Legends or Apex Overwatch?
Apex OGN's Apex. I will always like the format more that isn't a league per se, or you gotta lean into league all the way and make it all about consistency. But this like hybridization of that is not something I'm into. I think like the Apex system had consistently high quality of games while having not too many games, which allowed teams like Metathena to find like very innovative strategies. The amount of innovative strategies was exponentially higher, not just because the game was new, but also because the tournament format allowed for it. Theoretically, we could have way more diverse strats per map. Just like imagine having the same knowledge base of what Overwatch is like, and then applying that while only having to play like 12 matches a year or something. It would be a problem in terms of sponsorships, certainly, I think, because of, like, what do you do with the franchise teams that are whatever? I don't want to deal with the franchise league anyway. Like, if I don't have to adhere to that anyway, I'm just picking tournaments anytime. And actually, I'm going to give you one more. I want the Apex format, but in more global regions. I want this to be everywhere, and then, like, maybe once or twice a year we have somewhere to meet up. And that's my ideal format.
If we're gonna go down that road, I'd rather just copy Counter-Strike with majors and do that kind of stuff instead.
Right.
Major minor sort of system. I still think Apex is a little to, I don't even want to say short. It is short, but it's both short and long at the same time. If it doesn't make sense. I know I'm speaking riddles here, but like it's trying to be a long form tournament that just feels like super short if you're a team that just doesn't make it out of groups. Like what are you doing? Like it's just you play 3 games and you bomb out and cool, that's your whole season. But it's also it's long enough that it's like kind of a season, that it's not a tournament, but it's trying to be a tournament. Do you know what I mean? Like I'd rather just do like an IEM Katowice where you're qualifying into things. You have this big 3-day tournament thing where just like all the best teams are there. Blah 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 blah. I think Counter-Strike do well in that regard. But I'm not a fan of I am a fan of Open Circuit, but I'm not a fan of what it does to the ecosystem. I think it's great for viewers. As a viewer, I like the open system. As someone that's more interested in the development of the ecosystem and the industry and the scene and pathways for everybody, that mostly includes players, I prefer a franchise model. I think it's a safer pathway. It's better career development for players and the industry. But I'm not a huge fan of city-based, so I'd prefer more of a League of Legends approach to franchising, where you have multiple regions. At this point, Korea is absolutely big enough and skilled enough that they should have their own Overwatch League, realistically. Now, all right, it's cool that a bunch of NA teams have 4 Korean teams, but if Korea just had its own Overwatch League, all those Korean players could just play in Korea, which I think they would prefer to do. It's not because I want to put them there, it's because they would prefer to just play in Korea if they had the option to. Right? Seoul has always been an attractive franchise for Korean players because you get to play out of Korea. That's the truth. And you get to represent Korea. Yep. So, having Korea have its own Overwatch League means everybody gets to be Seoul. Now, obviously, Arnold and Gen G are not going to like that at all because they paid a lot of money for franchising rights over Seoul and Korea as a whole. I don't think anyone else is actually allowed to have a franchise in Korea. So despite being called the Seoul Dynasty, really the South Korea Dynasty, because I'm pretty sure they own all of South Korea, rights to all of South Korea, not just Seoul. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure that's the case though. So the whole city-based thing really makes things a little bit weird. Good experiment, but for an esport, if you want to do a live thing where we're really focused on live events and we're really focused on just pure live attendance and pure, traditional meat sports kind of things, then I can kind of see it. I would see it for maybe a North American thing. I think Call of Duty does city-based franchises better because it's an NA esport, and I think they don't mind being a North American esport. I don't think that really matters, and that's fine. Then you can be like the NFL, right? You're doing your own thing in America. You're the NFL. No one else in the world really gives a shit, but you go and do your thing, and it's NFL does super well. Super Bowl's great, huge viewers. NFL in your own country, fantastic. No one else gives a shit though outside of America, realistically speaking. And that's fine. You don't need them to, which is where Call of Duty sits for me. It's that NFL esport that exists in North America and nowhere else. Yep. And I guess they'll pretend it kind of exists in the UK, which maybe it does, but realistically, that's like saying, oh, Canada kind of exists. Not really, but but they don't. My point is, if you want to do a global esport, which I think you do want to do for Overwatch because it's a global game, it's a game that has high interest from Asia, Europe, North America, Oceania, everywhere. Whereas I think Call of Duty is mainly a game that has interest in the Western countries, UK, North America. So this whole city-based thing, really weird for China and Korea markets. It's not normal. It's not standard. And there's enough talent in those regions, I think China included, based on population. I think part of the issue for China is they have so limited pathways that the trickle-down effect is if you're a Chinese player, especially in early season, season 1 and season 2, actually, you only have one Chinese team. Yep. Because in season 1 it was just Shanghai. In season 2, it was pretty much just Chengdu. I mean, how many Chinese players were on the other teams? You had Eileen on Charge. Yeah. Was there any Chinese players on Spark? I don't think so. Can't remember.
Gusha.
Oh yeah, you had one Chinese player on the Spark. And then Shanghai was, I think, just Dia, who
I guess can't remember. Crystal, if you count. Only Wish, if you really count them.
Yeah, okay. So very minimal.
Very few, though.
Still realistically one team representing China. So that's not a good look. if you were an up and coming Chinese player and you're like, out of 20 teams, I can join one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, realistically speaking, things are changing now where like Hangzhou is more 50-50. Charge is still working on it. They have 2 Chinese players now. Chengdu will always hold the flag high for a Chinese team.
Yeah.
Shanghai, no more Molly, unfortunate, but they're whatever. They're accepted now because if you're a winning team and you're dominating, you represent China. Fuck it, you can stay. So I think if it wasn't for the fact that it was so limiting for Chinese players progression wise, you'd see more pros attempt to carve out a pathway in Overwatch. So if you gave Korea its own Overwatch League, if China its own Overwatch League, you'd have a lot of upward mobility, upward movement from players that are interested in playing pro. I thought you just look at LPL. I think LPL, so the League of Legends Pro League in China, which is their domestic run League of Legends franchise, which something ridiculous, like 16 teams.
Yeah,
right? It's a lot. They're all franchise, 16 teams. I think that actually increased. I'm gonna count real quick. 6, 12, 17. I think it's 17. I'm just counting. I think it's 17. Point is 17 franchise. They have just shy of 3 teams from the Overwatch League in terms of franchise teams. And that's only China. That's only China. No other countries. Only China. There's 17 franchise teams in League of Legends. It's a shitload of interest in esports in China. They could absolutely field more teams and do more there. And the whole city-based thing kind of restricts them by a lot.
Yeah.
So then you have North America that get to have their own thing. And here's the other problem. If you're a North American player, especially previous to this year, you experience very similar issues to the Chinese players. What team can you realistically go to when so many of them are Korean?
Yeah.
Right? And again, I can't blame the teams for wanting to go Korean because that's how you win. The best players are coming from Korea. Cool, I get it. But if you are any aspiring tier 2 United States, North American player, what do? Yeah. You can join like 3 teams. You can join like less than half of the teams available. If you feel like you have no real pathway, despite like 13 something, how many franchises are actually North American franchises?
Quite a few.
You know, and out of them, like you actually can't join like half of them. So if you had you had more teams, you'd open things up, had more teams, they had their own regions. There'd be way more. And this is how you improve tier 2 as well. There's a huge trickle down effect because everyone's like, oh man, you guys also saw that thread that Karen Thal started. He's the VP of esports for Justice. He's like, what kind of things would you like to see the Overwatch League improve on? And a bunch of people said, yeah, tier 2. But you know, they're saying that in a vacuum. Like, what would you actually do for tier 2? And here's a tangible thing that would have a huge positive impact on tier 2. It would ignite interest in tier 2 because if you are a player going to the path to pro, you actually feel like you have a fighting chance to make it onto a team. Whereas right now, unless you're in the contenders Korea, you don't have a great fighting chance. Not as good as the Koreans, not even close. So, yeah, I prefer League of Legends model, LCS, LPL, LCK, LEC. Do it.
Oh yeah. Before we wrap up, because I know that one was a long one, I promise this one's actually a little bit shorter. So Picasso comes in with a quick fire, get off the fence. Who would excel more on this new Doom tank? Fissure or Bumper?
Oh, easy.
Yes,
I'll just say Bumper.
Bumper easily.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
For sure. Because Bumper is like actually a really good player generally. Okay. Like he was always like super quick to pick up stuff. That's a quality that many people didn't actually get to see, but he also, like, of course, famously switched roles a bunch of times. But he was always like a player that would get a grasp on a new hero so quickly in scrims and just like dominate from the role. And this would be the guy that you look to, you know, to get a clue how this hero is played. Like, still, straight up, if they actually got Bumper to play Sigma, he would have been the best Sigma in Season 2 playoffs. I don't think it's Shy. So, yeah, no, it's Bumper.
That's a take. I'll give it to you, but that is a take. Yeah. All right, here you go. And the award goes to... Oh, it's also a bumper for me. Okay, interesting. Not just for the reasons you said it, but he can actually play DPS. He role swapped from Lucio as well. This guy's role swapped enough and done enough things. He actually wouldn't be role swapping into Doom because Doom would be a tank, but like Doom is role swapping into tank. So you are still playing something that tank players normally have not had to play, right? So this is someone that has the capability of changing up what he plays and role swapping and doing things in other roles that is actually quite impressive. And he's got a good, I don't know if I want to, is it a compliment to say he's like really good at sending it. You know, he's a bit of an inting player, but I feel like his team backs him up well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good quality of a Doom player, and I feel like he would be able to. And I think on Rhine, his style on the Rhine dictates that you would need to have this real strong understanding of your limits. And I feel like he's limit tested himself on that role enough that he kind of understands it. And it wouldn't be too far-fetched to imagine him doing that the same on Doom. So, yeah, I'm going to say Bumper's. I think Bumper's mechanics individually on Overwatch are just stronger than Fisher, who is a self-proclaimed player that can't aim.
Fair play. Hopefully, we answered your questions. Head on over to patreon.com if you would like to submit them. That's patreon.com/tacticalcrouch. AVRL, I don't know if you want to wrap up with some breaking news, but some hot juice off the presses.
Got some juice, bye.
Yeah, we still got to go over multiple things in this podcast episode. We're actually going so hard. We're not going to do an episode next week. I think we just done twice now. No, we will come back next week. So while we're doing the podcast, breaking news: Boston Uprising sign Itzal to their team, who's a tank player, and now they have 3 tank players as well. What the is going on?
Yeah, this is kind of what I was concerned.
I'm scared.
About.
I'm scared for Punk now. I'm like, what's happening to my boy Punk?
That's like a my visa situation type of signaling, right?
No. Maybe for a different player. Punk's definitely there.
Yeah, he's been there.
And I'm pretty sure Marvel's there too.
Yeah.
So it's not a visa thing.
No.
Is one of them now a DPS player?
No.
They already have 3 DPS.
Is one of them now a support player?
They already have 3 supports.
No.
Is one of them now a coach?
Yeah. As much as I hate to say it.
No,
like,
they already have 2 coaches and an analyst.
I think in terms of like how this will maybe be like sent PR wise, like that doesn't seem very confident in Punk. Now, I'm saying this speculating because we saw him last year and he looked fantastic. He looked quite good. It was probably like a bright spot for Boston. So I don't know what's changed. But you don't this to me, you don't sign somebody like Itzal. You don't have somebody on, you know, your budget like Marvel. You come in with maybe a plan to play Punk and things aren't going according to game script, whatever you may have it, and you have to make some concessions, and this doesn't bode well. It does not nothing good comes from this for me. Not a good look.
Yeah.
It screams to me that something's gone wrong.
It's all a meme.
Like either Marvel or Punk, one or both actually could be underperforming.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird. I mean, you've only been scrimming for like a week at the most now because we know when they got into the alpha because that information got released.
Yep.
And by official sources actually as well. So not just Halo saying it, but officially Aaron Keller said it. So we know how long they've had access to alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Is this enough time to be like, oh no, this player is underperforming? It's like, guys, it's been a week on a new game.
Here we go.
On a role that's been changed. It can't be that, can it?
You're ready for this headcanon?
Oh,
Okay.
Here we go.
You know how Overwatch League contracts now only need to be 30 days, right?
Yeah.
What if they're signing a player just to get another account for Overwatch 2 Alpha?
Is that worth the money?
Oh my god, yeah. How much money are you paying for that?
I mean, it's not 50, but
50
that's like a
divided by
couple-
12, right? At minimum.
Hang on, but why would you need that for another account? Who are you giving this account to? Who needs this
A
account?
coach.
What? Bullshit. Coaches already have accounts.
Your VOD recorder. It's actually... Okay, should I leak? There's only, I believe, only 2 coaches per team.
Oh, interesting.
Oh fuck it,
Feeling
then they can just they literally work in the same venue. The guy can just fucking sit behind the other guy.
Yeah, no, it's a hat cannon take.
Why does a third coach doesn't, you don't pay
Yeah, no.
the division of I'm not gonna work that out. Whatever
Yeah,
1/12 of 50,000 is for a single alpha count, when your coach can literally just sit behind the other coach because you'll work in the same facility.
What if you want a second team to scrim against, and now with the coach accounts and your player accounts, you gotta get to 10?
Maybe. I mean, I'm more. That's more
No,
charitable.
no. They already had 8 players plus 2 coaches. That was 10.
I guess you. Yeah. No, the thing is, almost everything else is just equally as unlikely. You know. Like,
I have another one.
All right.
There's this one. I don't want to speak this one to an existence, but there's a non-zero chance. I hate that I have to say this one.
Yeah.
But they could be going full Korean, and Punk and Crimzo are just getting pushed out.
Yeah. It already seemed kind of not likely, but like the possibility was there when you looked at that team and like how it would like kind of play out. Like, okay, cool. Like let's assume that like off tanks are dominating this early meta. Like, okay, cool. Punk plays a little bit over Marvel, but like, is that something that they always are going to want to continue to do? Like, wouldn't it be easier to just sign an off tank and then just move him out and just speak Korean?
It's that, or either Punk or Marvel or both are doing a Jonak and they're dropping out for whatever reason.
It's certainly possible.
I do not see a good reason for Uprising to have 3 tanks.
Yeah.
That is a fucking stupid decision to make.
Yep.
I
think it's
someone's leaving, someone's getting kicked. They go full Korean, which means someone's getting kicked.
Yeah.
Or I was going to say they could be injured, but that's like the same as leaving in a sense.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just say that someone's unavailable, they can't play / leaving.
Sure.
Or they're getting kicked.
And I mean,
one of those.
It's not like, are we completely ruling out visa issues? Yes, I know Punk was there.
I am, because Punk is a fucking United States citizen.
Oh, okay. Well, that rules that out. I didn't know if maybe there was there was some sort of like fuckery going on where he had to go back to renew a visa, but if he just
he has a green card. I don't know if he's a citizen. He's a green card. My point is, he's a legal resident of the United States and can enter and leave as he pleases.
That's
anytime.
Then I have to go with kind of what you were mentioning previous, which doesn't give me a ton of confidence in Boston if they're already having like calm breakdown, or they're trying to like refine their original plan like a couple, like a month out, 2 months out, maybe. That doesn't give me a ton of confidence.
Or they've sold one of their players to another team and they've picked up Itsel's a replacement. Which is the same as cutting a player.
Yeah.
So essentially, it's possible they've just cut a player.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Or that player left.
It seems like there's more to this than we're getting.
For sure.
And actually, I theorize, I don't know, if they did... If I'm more thinking about it, I think a player didn't leave. Because if a player leaves, retires, whatever, they would announce players left, blah, 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 Jonak, whatever. If they cut a player, they're probably trying to sell that player anyway, which means there's no point saying we cut a player. They would only advertise that internally to sell them off.
Yeah.
There's no point. I don't know why you tell the public that. That wouldn't make any sense. The public don't need to know that. Or they've already sold the player, but the sale is still in transaction, not completely settled yet. So there's no point announcing it until it's done. And also, you'd have to coordinate with the other team to announce the player transfer because they would have to want to do their own player announcement.
For sure.
I mean, there are plenty of teams like Houston who only have 1 tank.
For sure.
Shark only have 1 tank. New York only have 1 tank. I mean, there's a non-zero chance. I mean, fucking maybe Marvel got sold to New York. Who knows? It's possible.
Yeah. Anything's possible.
Maybe Punk got sold to Vancouver. They only have 1 tank. You know, it could be any of that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, like, how long will it take to get Itzal into the US?
Depends how long ago they started the visa process. When you look at an announcement like this, it's unlikely that they announce and do the visa stuff on the same day. This would have been in process a long time ago.
For sure. Yeah. Yep. And with all the like positive things that we've heard from like Mineral and Broy coming in for Boston, like singing the praises of like the management and like things have seemingly progressed a long ways from like season 1. I would assume as much at this point. Like this doesn't seem like an org that just kind of like flies by the seat of their pants. I trust, that front office to actually do, smart things, and maybe they were just put in an uncomfortable situation, or maybe what Avril's saying is right. Maybe they did like have to do like a late stage trade, or maybe they wanted to do a late stage trade. I don't know. But this seems we're only getting like the tip of the iceberg. It seems there's going to be some more to this.
I would wait a couple of weeks to see if another announcement comes out. I would
Yeah.
suspect that you will see one.
Yep. Regardless if it's a player transfer, maybe even just like a dropped player, you're saying?
Or actually, well, if it's a drop player that doesn't get transferred, you're not going to see an announcement. They will simply be riding the bench with their contract active, but that player is just not going to be seen again.
Yep.
Because when you in Overwatch League, if you cut a player and that player is not sold, they are just equivalent to being perma-benched.
Right.
Because you still own that contract, and to claim value on that contract, you have to sell that contract, and somebody has to buy. So, yeah, they're not going to publicly announce a player has been cut. You will just simply not see them play the game.
Am I wrong in saying that the teams have the right to just like terminate your contract, like with like some severance? Yiska, is that?
It depends on your contract. You can negotiate that, right?
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
There's no reason for you to do that when there's value, there's financial value on the contract if you can make the sale.
Right.
So there's no incentive to terminate a contract unless a player fucked up publicly and you need to like cut ties. That's different.
Right. Yeah.
But if you just don't think a player's good enough anymore, or there's another reason they can't play, or you don't want them to play, holding that contract is money. That contract's literal money.
Yeah.
You need to try and sell that contract, not just fucking rip it up.
But then again, it very much depends on what kind of contract you have made, because if you don't think there's any value, I think especially an organization like Boston would probably have these 30 days, 60 days, whatever contract structures in there. They're pretty like 30-day termination thing, right?
Well, you think either Punk or Marvel were on a 30-day? They would have had to been signed on a 30-day to start with,
there's a difference between your 30-day contract and the minimum duration that you have to be paid or told that you're going to be fired. That's like a 2020, I think, adjustment where basically like now organizations like can negotiate the length of the contract or their optionality. So a lot of players actually in Overwatch League have like the 30-day. There's a bunch that have negotiated the 60-day, meaning like if I don't want you on my team anymore, and the player like hasn't specifically like requested this. I'm framing this wrong. I'm not sure what the default is, right? But it's definitely a thing that can be shoved around and will be part of your negotiation of your contract. Some players, especially like someone like Carpe, will still have the old model contracts where it's like the entire season, and if they've cut, you're still paying. While newer contracts, very many will have that clause in that you have, like the organization has your contract for the entire season, but they can throw you out after a minimum of 30 days pay, and then they can scale
still
up.
on your contract.
Yes, but
still on your contract.
When they terminate your contract, then you're fair game. So then you're free agent.
Let me make a distinction here. So the difference is, under the new rules, your contract can end in terms of we do not need to continue paying your salary,
right?
But we still own your contract, correct?
No, that doesn't work. The only way this works is if it's not like people have taken issue with me, so I'm very like framing it as a retirement clause. But it is, in effect, think of it as a retirement clause where someone says, I don't want to play Overwatch anymore. Then the organization doesn't have to pay that person anymore. The person is then free to go.
The contract.
But they still own the contract. That is not that situation, though. You can, like, the organization has all the optionality in some of those contracts saying, in 30 or 60 days, that's the maximum duration we're going to pay you for, which is an annualized rate. And then after that period, we don't have to pay you anymore, but you're now a free agent.
Yeah.
Right? So they don't own the...
So no buyout?
No. Then no buyout has to be issued. Which is contrary to the retirement clause. Because, like, for instance, if someone says mid-season, I don't want to play Overwatch anymore, but then they come back, then the organization has to be paid a buyout because they technically still owe the rights.
Right.
Which, for people that don't understand why that's the case, it's to stop people from like entering a loophole where they just say, "Oh, I'm retiring," and then, "Oh, whoopsie, I'm on another team now."
Yes.
Which is bullshit for the team that owned the contract.
Yep.
So okay. So to be clear, if you are cutting a player and terminating a contract, they become a free agent, and you, as a team, you no longer own the contract, correct? And then no buyouts. So, if I'm understanding correctly.
To your point, AVRL, previously, like that removes all the optionality from the team. Like if I'm understanding your point, you would want to hold on to this contract for the long game, try to make a play, try to sell them off, try to get some value out of it, right?
I don't know about long play, but definitely like a short to mid play, because what you want is right now, tank, volatile role, maybe in a week they discovered something they didn't like.
Yeah.
Maybe a player, maybe someone really is just fucking bad. I don't know. Maybe they just couldn't adjust to one tank. But there's enough teams, especially in NA, that do not have a second tank, that are probably looking for a second tank, that it's pretty likely you can trade. It's pretty likely that there's high trade value. Unless there's some crazy... Look, let me put it this way. If Itzal is the next best available tank in the tank pool from Korea...
Yeah.
I mean, give me either Marvel or Punk. I'm not trying to shit on Itzal, but he's an okay player. He's an alright player.
Yeah.
I don't think on paper he's better than Marvel or Punk, unless Laurie and Ascroft are like one of those two guys maybe underperform. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too hard, but the point is, there's a high likelihood that you could have that they are trading, and there's high likelihood that someone will buy, because there's enough room on teams for that to happen. Especially for NYXL, who apparently have 6 people, but we don't know who the fucking 6th player is.
Yeah.
For sure.
And hypothetically, and I legitimately do not know. I promise you, I legitimately do not know. But hypothetically, you could have a situation where Marvel has already been traded to the NYXL. It's not announced.
True.
And Itzel is now replacing Marvel on
Very
Boston.
true.
That could have already happened.
Yes.
Hypothetically.
Yes. Very true.
Because the deadline was whenever it was. You know?
Yeah.
That is very true. Actually, now that you mention it, that's probably the most likely scenario. That either Punk or Marvel have been traded. Yes.
I don't think Punk went to NYXL, but you know,
sorry, not NYXL, but he could be somewhere else, right?
Just in general. Yeah.
Yeah, Vancouver.
Yeah.
I'm only saying NYXL because they need to meet a deadline, which means they were more willing to shop than anybody else.
Agreed.
Whereas Vancouver don't need to meet a deadline because they have 7.
Right.
Yeah. It just seems weird. Like, I've definitely been somebody who bigged up Marvel's like flexibility, but like, have they not? Like, am I speaking out of my ass here? Like, who does NYXL have right now?
Floriyaki, Kellum, Youngbong, Namjoon.
Am I
also? LA Valiant don't have 6.
True.
Oh no, they do. They have Sashin apparently. They got leaked.
Right.
True.
They have Sashin.
Yeah.
That is 6.
Is it weird to
need
have like Kellen and Marvel? Is that just weird? Like double main tank?
You let Kooky decide that one. You let Kooky decide. I'm not saying he's on NYXL.
No, I know you're not. I'm just trying to play with it.
Yeah, I know. But I like the theory now that already one of the Boston tanks is gone. And I think that's the most likely scenario.
Because I feel like normally you would see like, oh, we've dropped this player, then you signed Itzal. But you have the signing of Itzal, and then you kind of leave open this window, to AVRL's point, like where you're letting this new team kind of come in and do their own rollout and saying, oh, look, X team welcomes Punk to the table, right? Like they have their own rollout that they want to push, and then Boston can be like, oh yeah, we're parting ways with this person, right? So it's it seems more likely the more that we kind of talk through it that this trade has happened and we just haven't caught wind of it.
Well, that's going to be the end. Have we hit 4 hours yet?
We're pretty damn close.
2 minutes, but I'll be honest. I'm not sure if this bladder is going to hold 2 more minutes.
Okay, you can. Oh no, I was going to say you can leave now, but you have to control the recording. Okay, we'll finish it up. This is the outro music now. I'm playing the outro music for the award ceremony. Thank you guys for coming online for the longest ever podcast episode of TCP. For some reason, we're still going to come back next week and talk about some stuff. even though this is like 4 times as long as Player Chat this week. So if you're looking for a podcast that for some reason talks 4 times as long as Player Chat,
About
Player
the same
Chat,
topics.
then apparently it's this one. Thank you guys. Oh yeah, final thing. NYXL are rebranding to NYXL, and they're going to commit a 7-figure amount into the New York City gaming community over the next 12 months. Ambox is now NYXL, and NYXL is still NYXL. So, boom. Thank you, Halo, whatever, Esports Insider. Well done. Give me a count. Are we on 4 yet? I really want to hit 4. Give me a countdown. Someone help me out here, buddy.
40
How long have I
seconds.
talked?
40 seconds.
40. Okay, what? Help me. Someone fill 30 of those seconds, and I'll close this out.
You know, we appreciate every single one of you, the patron producers. You know, you're out there doing great things, being great people. You know, shout out to the community. Every so often, I'll check Discord and see everybody chatting. God knows about what. It's usually Lilac talking about Melee. Yeah, somehow he snuck into the show. Curse him. Love him to death. And yeah, the community that we've kind of established around this team, around this little podcast, is something different. So,
Yeah.
you know, this grand episode goes to you.
My turn again. As we're closing out, thank you so much for coming in. Make sure you come back next week. We have something special planned for next week. It's going to be really good. The music's ending, so we got to go. Special guest next week. It'll be awesome. Thank you. Good night. Bye.